Chapter 757. The Ancient Sheath. Waves of shock surged through Yan Ye's heart. Because the ancient sheath was in his possession, so how could the man have it with him? Moreover, there was a sword in the sheath, and according to the description given to him by the sword spirit, it was precisely the sword spirit's main body. After a moment of shock, Yan Yi suddenly noticed that while the scholarly man seemed to be like a real person, he noticed that the man was just an ethereal figure when he looked closely. After 100,000 years, two astounding geniuses in the sword Tao have actually appeared on Profounder Continent. Not bad. The man nodded slightly to Yang Yi while praise could be seen in his eyes. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Senior, you're that expert who led the continent against the defiant Profounders 100,000 years ago? A wisp of surprise flashed through the man's eyes as he said, You recognize me? Yan Yi took a deep breath because he realized that the man who stood before him was the Toon Master of the Sword Spirit, and the same person who had trapped her above the pagoda of confinement for 100,000 years. The man said, I don't have much time, so I'll make it short. There was once a person with extraordinary natural talent just like you. But he swaggered off upon witnessing my sword Tao, and he said that it was nothing worth mentioning. Indeed, his attainments were already above my own. I thought that my inheritance would be lost. I never expected that you would arrive here. Senior, what's your sword Tao? Asked Yang Yi. The man said, My sword Tao can be called the Tao of benevolence. It is to care for all the living beings of the world, and to strive to provide both fortune and enlightenment to all. As they say, the benevolent are invincible. That's my Tao of the sword. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he said, Senior, you trapped that sword in your hand for 100,000 years on the pagoda of confinement for the sake of all living beings. Is that benevolence to you as well? The faint smile on the scholarly man's face vanished. He tightened his grip of his sword and gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, She was by my side throughout my lifetime. If it were possible, I would rather die than sacrifice her. However, I have no other choice. The continent would have been destroyed at the hands of the defiant Profounders if I didn't sacrifice her. A single sacrifice to save the entire continent. Yang Yi said, Senior, I can't say it was wrong for Senior to consider the fate of the entire continent. Because I probably wouldn't be standing here if Senior didn't sacrifice yourself all those years ago. The man's expression eased up and turned slightly amiable when he heard Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, However, I don't agree with your Tao of the sword. So I can't inherit it. Why? Said the man in a low voice. Yang Yi replied, Senior's Tao of the sword is based upon benevolence, yet mine is based on killing. If the defiant Profounders were to escape the seal, then the first thing I thought about wouldn't be the living beings of this world, it would be my loved ones, friends, and those I care about. Besides that, if I were in your place all those years ago, then I would definitely not sacrifice her to save the world. In my opinion, sacrificing another to save others isn't benevolence or kindness. Of course, Senior's sword Tao isn't wrong. Not only is it not wrong, I really admire you. But am really not suited to inherit your Tao of the sword. The man spoke abruptly. You're at the peak of Toon level heaven rank sword intent, right? Yang Yi nodded. If you accept my inheritance, then I can immediately improve your sword intent to the 3 level of the heaven rank. Moreover, your future path of the sword will be smooth all the way. At the very least, you won't face any problems within the scope of my ability. Because I've resolved all those problems in the past. So, do you still intend to refuse? Asked the man. Yes. Yang Yi didn't hesitate at all. Regardless of how extraordinary it is and no matter how smooth my path would be, it is your Tao of the sword and not mine. I will stride on my own path. The scholarly man sighed softly, and then he flicked with his finger, causing an ancient black spatial ring to appear before Yang Yi. He said, Fine, I won't force you. However, I have to entrust you with something. My inheritance and some treasures I left for my successor reside within that spatial ring. I hope that you can help me look for a successor so that my Tao of the sword doesn't end with me. Yang Yi suddenly asked. Senior, have you passed on? I have, replied the scholarly man. Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face as he asked. Someone in this world was still able to kill you even with the ability Senior possessed all those years ago? The man shook his head and said, A genius is an extraordinary genius in a village. But if placed in a town, that genius would only be an ordinary genius. But if he were to be placed in a kingdom, then he might not even be a genius. If the entire continent is considered, then that person might only be extremely ordinary. Understand? Yang Yi nodded and said, Looks like the people beyond our world are much more terrifying than I'd imagined. The man said, Young man, our entire continent fought the Defiant Profounders to the death all those years ago. Actually, we had no other choice as well. In short, regardless of whether it's the Defiant Profounders or those from the outer heavens, none of them are good. Make your own choice in the future. The man's figure started to disperse as he spoke these words. Yang Yi bowed to the man. Even though he hadn't inherited the scholarly man's sword Dao, had still benefited from the man. So he had to bow. The man nodded slightly when he saw Yang Yi bow, and then he said, If you have the chance to see her, then tell her I'm sorry. Yang Yi naturally knew what the man meant and immediately replied, I will. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, May I ask how the sword domain should be utilized? Please provide me with your guidance. The sword domain? It's naturally. He hadn't been able to finish speaking before his figure vanished completely. Yang Yi felt extremely regretful when he witnessed this scene. After all, the man before him definitely knew how to utilize the sword domain. Unfortunately, he hadn't asked in time. A short while passed before Yang Yi shook his head and said, Looks like I have no choice but to ask the sword spirit's main body. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he stomped his right foot down, causing the scene around him to shatter apart. In next to no time, Yang Yi was back in the hall. When he returned here, Yang Yi noticed that the middle-aged man was gone. On the other hand, the half-saint sword servant was lying on the ground. While it hadn't been destroyed, it was heavily injured. Yang Yi put the sword servant away and spoke softly. I wasn't decisive enough. Yang Yi didn't stay for a moment longer, and immediately left the netherworld ocean. A slight smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he looked at the ocean before him. After all, had truly obtained enormous gains during this trip. Firstly, had obtained the Herculean hammer, then he obtained 9 half-saint sword servants. Finally, his sword intent had risen to the peak of the tuned level of the heaven rank. Moreover, had even obtained 10,000 Dao rank swords. It could be said that he was confident in his ability to kill half-saints now even if he didn't utilize his sword servants and the stone of suppression. The Herculean hammer. Yang Yi hurriedly took it out when he thought of it. After all, he hadn't had the time to have a look at it since he obtained it. Yang Yi instantly felt his arms sink down when he held it in his hand, and the ground beneath him cracked apart. Yang Yi gazed at the hammer with shock because he felt like he wasn't holding a hammer but a mountain. It was heavy, extremely heavy. If he wasn't extremely strong, then he would probably be unable to even lift it. The profound energy within him surged into his right arm while he tightened his grip on the hammer. Suddenly, he raised it and smashed it towards the ocean before him. Bang! A huge vortex instantly sank open on the ocean. At the same time, countless pillars of water shot into the clouds. A long time passed, yet the vortex before him hadn't vanished, and it was even growing larger. Excitement flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he gazed at the hammer in his grasp, and he said, How powerful! Just that strike would have probably smashed a half-saint into mush if I were able to catch that half-saint off guard. After all, he hadn't even used his full strength just now, and had merely utilized 70% of his physical strength. So, it made him wonder how terrifying that attack would have been if he used his full strength. It could be said that while he had the Herculean armor and Herculean hammer in his possession, he could still kill half-saints even without using a sword. Yang Yi changed his clothes, fixed his appearance, and immediately traveled back to the hallowed halls instead of stopping at Nameless City. His strength had risen greatly, and had gained 9 new sword servants and a mid-grade half-saint. Moreover, he had sufficient points now. Now, it was time to head to the Pagoda of Confinement and take the sword precursor. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to return to the hallowed halls, and he noticed that there really was 100,000 points within it. Had originally intended to earn even more points and exchange them for a saint-rank technique from the hallowed halls. Yet now, had abandoned such thoughts because the most important matter at hand was to rescue the sword spirit's main body, and he had the ability to do it now. However, Yang Yi had only just returned to Lunar Right Hall when 3 robust middle-aged men obstructed his path. It was 3 half-saints. "Your young man?" The robust man who led the group spoke in a low voice. "You killed my man clan's manly?" "Yes." Yang Yi didn't hide it. After all, it was impossible to do so. "How audacious of you!" The man shouted fiercely. "You actually dared to kill a member of my man clan." Yang Yi said. "It was he who intended to kill me." "It's an honor for you that he intended to kill you." The man spoke fiercely. "Hand over the Herculean hammer, and then take your own life before us, and it'll allow your corpse to remain intact." "Fool!" Yang Yi stomped the ground with his right foot, and he soared up into the air. The Herculean hammer appeared in his grasp with a twist of his wrist, and then he held it in his grasp as he smashed it down swiftly towards the 3 robust men. Chapter 758. The 3 of them hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually dare to attack, and they were immediately stunned by this. Yang Yi's hammer had already descended upon them when they recovered from their shock. The formidable force carried by the Herculean hammer caused the space beneath their feet to collapse, and it even caused the space around them to warp. Their expressions changed drastically. Obviously, even they hadn't expected that Yang Yi's attack would actually be formidable to such an extent. While they were shocked, their reactions weren't slow at all. They hurriedly attacked in succession and slapped their palms down towards Yang Yi's hammer. Bang! 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 Heavy and booming explosions resounded from the collision, while the Herculean hammer trembled violently from the force contained within their joint attack. "Die!" Yang Yi roared furiously as he grabbed the Herculean hammer with both hands and swung it. Bang! The formidable force within it instantly caused Yang Yi and the 3 half-saints to fall beneath the ground. It wasn't long before rumbling resounded from below. Bang! Another explosion resounded before 3 figures charged out from below the ground. 2 of them were from the Man clan while the other was Yang Yi. At this moment Yang Yi held the Herculean hammer in his grasp while the Herculean armor covered his body, and he simply seemed like a god of war. The half-saints from the Man clan gazed at Yang Yi with shock, and one of them spoke with an astonished tone. You actually killed Man Kwang! You! Never had they imagined that a half-saint would have perished right before their eyes. Moreover, it was by the hand of an ant at the 3rd rank of the monarch realm. It completely stunned them. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was quite excited, because he noticed that half-saints weren't far beyond his grasp anymore. However, the only thing he felt slightly regretful about was that the Herculean hammer was truly too heavy. Had almost completely exhausted his strength from just swinging it over a dozen times just now, and it allowed him to realize that his current physical strength was still quite insufficient. Yang Yi tightened his grip on the Herculean hammer, and then he gazed at the other 2 half-saints and said, "Are we going to continue?" Both of them were furious when they heard these words, but none of them charged forward. Because as members of the Man clan, they were very clearly aware how terrifying the Herculean armor and Herculean hammer were. Not to mention the hammer, just the armor was something they couldn't penetrate. "You killed members of my Man clan and even seized our clan's treasures. We'll pursue you with the force of our entire clan. If you're sensible, then hand the Herculean armor and Herculean hammer over, then perhaps my Man clan will spare your life." One of the half-saints spoke in a low voice. "Pursue me with the force of your entire clan?" Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, "I'll be waiting. Now I'll give both of you 3 breaths of time. If you refuse to leave, then he'll definitely kill one of you even if I have to suffer some heavy injuries. How dare you? One of them was furious. After all, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? So, they intended to attack. However, Yang Yi was a step ahead, and the enormous hammer smashed down towards them like a mountain. Their expressions changed slightly. Obviously, they hadn't expected him to attack just like that. However, they were half-saints in the end, so they would naturally not be scared away. So, they executed their techniques and entered into battle with Yang Yi. However, they retreated after engaging Yang Yi in battle for some time. Because they noticed that fighting Yang Yi, who wore the Herculean armor, was a battle where they could only be bashed up. Yang Yi had completely abandoned his defenses and fought while allowing himself to be struck. However, they naturally didn't dare do the same. After all, suffering just a single blow from Yang Yi's hammer would cause them to be heavily injured even if they could avoid death. Yang Yi didn't pursue them because he couldn't do anything if a half-saint intended to flee, even if he activated the stone of suppression. Moreover, he was exhausted. Yang Yi immediately put the Herculean hammer away once those two half-saints left. While the Herculean hammer was extraordinarily formidable, and it was very effective in battle, it truly exhausted too much of his strength. Actually, Yang Yi would fall into a disadvantaged position if those half-saints were to continue fighting him for a while longer, because the Herculean hammer exhausted too much of his physical strength. At this moment, his physical strength had almost been completely exhausted. So, not to mention swinging the hammer, even holding it up was impossible. Looks like I have to try and improve my physical strength. Yang Yi stretched his sore right arm, disregarded the spectators and the surroundings, and walked towards Lunar Right Hall. You've become stronger. Mu Qifeng felt shocked in her heart as she gazed at Yang Yi, because she'd watched the battle just now. She hadn't expected that Yang Yi's strength would have actually attained such a height after being away for such a short period. Not only had Yang Yi fought 3 half-saints on his own, had even killed one of them. That was something that even ordinary half-saints couldn't accomplish. I merely relied on treasures, Yang Yi said. I'll be heading out for some time, and I might not return to the ancient city of Hallows during that period. I'll leave my friend, Fu Jingxian, in your care, Hall Master. There's a slight problem. Mu Qifeng spoke in a low voice. What? Asked Yang Yi. She replied. The members of the fire spirit race have been constantly coming here to look for her lately. However, I've stopped them from doing so. But I think that they will definitely not let the matter rest. Even though they won't do it openly, I'm afraid they'll take her away in secret. You should be aware about how strong the patriarch of the fire spirit race is. We would be powerless to stop him if he acts from the shadows. Why are they looking for her? Yang Yi frowned. She shook her head and said, I don't know. However, based on her reaction, it's absolutely not anything good. Hall Master. Suddenly, Mu Ling arrived within the hall, and she was slightly surprised when she saw Yang Yi. After that, she nodded and said, Hall Master, Brother Yang, the fire spirit race is here again, and they've said that they're taking Jingxian no matter what. We're probably unable to stop them because they brought 2 half-saints with them. The fire spirit race really needs to be annihilated. Yang Yi's figure vanished as soon as he finished speaking. Mu Qifeng's eyelids twitched as she said, Let's go. We can't let him do as he pleases. She hurriedly went after Yang Yi once she finished speaking. Even though the fire spirit race had almost been annihilated, it still had over a dozen half-saints. Moreover, its patriarch was even capable of fighting 10 ordinary half-saints on his own. So, Lunar Right Hall would definitely suffer if a conflict were to arise here. In next to no time, Yang Yi arrived at Fu Jingxian's residence. At this moment, a member of Lunar Right Hall was in confrontation with 3 old men outside Fu Jingxian's room. Yang Yi knew 2 of the 3 old men. One of them was even Qian Yan, whom had wanted to kill for so long, and the other was the Grand Elder. This is an internal affair of my fire spirit race. Please don't interfere. Qian Yan gazed at Fu Jingxian, who stood behind that member of Lunar Right Hall, and spoke in a deep voice. Fu Jingxian is a member of Lunar Right Hall now. Mu Qifeng and Yang Yi arrived. That member of Lunar Right Hall immediately bowed when he saw Fu Jingxian. Meanwhile, Fu Jingxian gazed at Yang Yi and nodded slightly. At this moment, Fu Jingxian's face was still covered in scars, and it seemed extremely terrifying. However, Yang Yi noticed that she seemed to be slightly different now. She was confident. Fu Jingxian was much more confident now, because she didn't seem to be nervous at all while she faced 3 half-saints from the fire spirit race. Hall Master Mu, Fu Jingxian is a member of my fire spirit race. Qian Yan spoke in a deep voice. My fire spirit race respects your Lunar Right Hall, but we aren't afraid of it. Please understand that. Yang Yi glanced at Qian Yan, suppressed the killing intent in his heart, and then turned around to gaze at Fu Jingxian. What are they here for? She pondered deeply for a moment and said, I'm wanted by someone, so they came looking for me to give me to him. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of the Fire Spirit race said, Jingxian, I know that this is quite unreasonable, but you should be aware of the current state our race is in. If you don't agree to this, then the remaining members of our race won't be able to reside in the city any longer. I hope you can consider the situation of our entire race. A cold smile arose on the corners of Fu Jingxian's mouth as she said, Grand Elder, don't you know that he killed my husband and child? Don't you know that he's only asking for me so that he can make me a cultivation furnace? You know, yet you still intend to give me to him. Because the life and death of a single woman is nothing compared to the future of the entire fire spirit race to you, right? Qian Yan spoke coldly. Since you know that, then it'll just be frank. It's related to the future of our race. So, you have no room to refuse. Come with us. Our fire spirit race will deal with the scars on your face. The fire spirit race is really going from bad to worse. Yang Yi suddenly said. Not to mention relying on others to survive, it even needs to use a woman to gain a chance to survive. What a shame! Bastard! Qian Yan was exasperated. His aura surged out and pressed down upon Yang Yi as he said, Who do you think you are? How dare you speak about my fire spirit race? As he spoke, Qian Yan was about to attack but was stopped by the Grand Elder. Young man, this is my fire spirit race's business. It has nothing to do with you, said the Grand Elder in a low voice. Young man! Qian Yan's expression changed when he heard these words. Had naturally heard of this name. Not too long ago, Snow's Lament and the Man clan had almost been destroyed by Young Man. He's Young Man? Qian Yan was right before him, and Yang Yi really wanted to attack and kill Qian Yan. He was confident in his ability to kill Qian Yan if he used his full strength, but he restrained himself in the end. Lunar Right Hall had been nice to him, and Lunar Right Hall would definitely be implicated in the matter if he killed Qian Yan here. He didn't want to cause trouble for Lunar Right Hall. Moreover, he would definitely have to face a string of problems if he killed Qian Yan right now. But the most important matter at hand for him was to rescue the sword spirit's main body. Yang Yi suppressed the killing intent in his heart and spoke indifferently. Fu Jingxian won't leave with all of you. Fuck off. How audacious. You. Qian Yan was about to speak when Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the Herculean hammer appeared in his grasp. He waved the Herculean hammer at Qian Yan as he said, You old dog. Speak another word and you won't have to fuck off anymore, you can just die. Qian Yan was furious. He was about to speak but was stopped by the Grand Elder again. The Grand Elder gazed at Yang Yi and said, Young man, Fu Jingxian is someone that young Master Gu wants. You must think this through. Are you going to fuck off or not? Killing intent surged in Yang Yi's eyes. Qian Yan's face flushed red from rage, and it was the same for the Grand Elder. Suddenly a voice resounded. When has anyone else in the hallowed grounds besides Nether Maiden dared to not give face to me, Gui Wessian? Let me just say this. I'm taking her with me today, and I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me. If the Lunar Right Hall tries to stop me, then Lunar Right Hall will cease to exist from today onwards. Chapter 759. Hell kill whomever who stops him. Lunar Right Hall will cease to exist. All the members of Lunar Right Hall who were present here felt infuriated, and they didn't even glance at the person who'd arrived before intending to attack and kill him. However, they were stopped by Mu Qingfeng. Moreover, they noticed that an extremely solemn expression resided in her eyes. All of them were quite stunned, and then they looked over towards the source of the voice. They saw a green-robed man walking over slowly. The man was very young, and he seemed to be around the age of 20 if based on his appearance alone. There was a small character embroidered on his left chest area, and it represented his surname, Gu. The expressions of all the members of Lunar Right Hall immediately changed when they saw it. The Gu clan! Its ancestor was the first hallowed lord of the hallowed halls, and it has existed for over 100,000 years. Its resources and reserves are simply unfathomable. Gu Yuexian, a genius of the Gu clan's younger generation, and its most terrifying genius since time immemorial. Mu Qingfeng spoke seriously while she stood by Yang Ye's side. The Gu clan is said to be the #1 clan in the city. Actually, it isn't just in the ancient city of Hallows, it's extremely influential throughout the hallowed grounds. Even Nether Maiden has to give the Gu clan face. You absolutely can't act rashly. The last few words were the key point she wanted to convey. Yang Yi suddenly said, "Do you know what my background is?" Mu Qingfeng was slightly stunned, and then she said, "Actually, I really don't. Allow me to tell you that my background is much greater than his." Yang Yi spoke in a very serious manner. "So, don't be afraid." Mu Qingfeng was speechless. Yang Yi gazed at Fu Jingxian, yet he noticed that she was staring fixedly at the green-robed man, and the resentment in her eyes even caused his heart to tremble. "Young Master Gu, you're here!" Qian Yan smiled at Gu Yuexian, and his eyes actually seemed to carry a trace of flattery. Gu Yuexian didn't even spare Qian Yan a glance. His gaze immediately descended upon Fu Jingxian, and then he laughed coldly. "You were such a beautiful woman. I never expected that you would have become like that. Don't worry, this young master can restore your appearance. Not only am I able to do that, I'm even able to make you even more beautiful. Of course, the price you have to pay is that you'll become a female dog by my side from today onwards." "If I'm a female dog, then wouldn't you be a male dog?" Fu Jingxian laughed coldly. Gu Yuexian's gaze became icy cold, and then he pointed at Yang Yi and said, "You think you can go against me just because you have his support? Just watch, I'll let you witness how worthless that fellow who you rely on is when he stands before me, Gu Yuexian. Not to mention you, in my opinion, even you and your older brother together can't even amount to half of him." Besides still having resentment in her eyes, her emotions had calmed down once more. "How dare you! Fu Jingxian! How dare you speak to young Master Gu in such a manner?" Qian Yan glared furiously at Fu Jingxian, and seemed as if he intended to act against her. Gu Yuexian laughed coldly, and then he gazed at Mu Qingfeng and said, "Mu Qingfeng, your Lunar Right Hall can be considered to have a slight relationship with my Gu clan, so I don't want to leave no room for staying on friendly terms. I'm taking her. If you insist on stopping me, then I'll just use my strength to destroy your Lunar Right Hall. She's a member of my Lunar Right Hall." Mu Qingfeng spoke in a low voice. If she were to hand Fu Jingxian over just like that, then the prestige that the Lunar Right Hall had just gained from attacking the Man clan would be instantly destroyed. Gu Jingxian had a savage smile on the corners of his mouth as he said, "So Lunar Right Hall intends to protect her, huh?" Mu Qingfeng's eyes drooped. At this moment, she was quite troubled. The members of the Gu clan had never attempted to ascend the hallowed rankings, but she had no doubt that their strength was absolutely formidable. Just like Gu Yuexian who stood before her. If he were to attempt to ascend the hallowed rankings, then there would definitely be a spot for him in the top 5. So, if he really intended to attack Lunar Right Hall, then it would undoubtedly be a calamity for Lunar Right Hall. But if she were to hand Fu Jingxian over just like that, then Lunar Right Hall's prestige would be completely destroyed. "I withdraw from Lunar Right Hall." Suddenly, Fu Jingxian stepped forward while Mu Qingfeng was conflicted. She glanced at the members of Lunar Rite Hall and the surroundings and said, "I'm sorry. I haven't done anything since I joined Lunar Rite Hall, but I constantly brought trouble to Lunar Rite Hall. Now I can't implicate all of you anymore. This is my own problem, so I'll deal with it on my own." The other members of Lunar Rite Hall remained silent. Actually, many of them were quite displeased with her. Because it was indeed as Shed said. She really had caused a huge amount of trouble for Lunar Rite Hall since she joined. It was fine if it was just once or twice. But the trouble she brought Lunar Rite Hall was incessant. "I withdraw from Lunar Rite Hall as well." Meanwhile, Yang Yi spoke abruptly. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed slightly. Mu Qingfeng even walked over to Yang Yi and said, "You don't have to do this. We, the Lunar Rite Hall, will stand with her." It wasn't a huge deal to her if Fu Jingxian left, but if Yang Yi were to leave, then it would definitely be an enormous loss to Lunar Rite Hall. Because the name young man was extremely influential in the ancient city of Hallows. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I'm not withdrawing because I'm displeased with Lunar Rite Hall. It's because I really don't want to drag it down with me. I'm one who always causes trouble. Being alone is the best for a person like me. Because I wouldn't be dragging anyone down with me. Allow us to deal with this by ourselves. Don't try to persuade me. As the hall master, you can't just think of the well-being of a few, you have to think of every single member." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Fu Jingxian. "I've realized that there's no place for you in the hallowed grounds. You should head to my hometown once we're done here. At the very least, you can cultivate in peace there, and you'll be much safer as well. Moreover, no one knows you there, so you can restore your appearance and start over." Fu Jingxian just gazed silently at Yang Yi. She won't have the chance to start over. Meanwhile, Gu Yuxian spoke abruptly. "I've heard of you. You crushed Snow's Lament on your own, and you almost crushed the Man clan as well. However, all of that are only trivial matters to me. Do you know why you're still alive until now? It's because I'm giving Nether Maiden face. If it wasn't for the fact that she seems to know you, I would have ended you a long time ago." Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Gu Yuxian, and then he shook his head and smiled. "You know, I really didn't want to kill you. I really didn't. Because not only will your older brother come after me once I do, even your father and grandfather would. The older generation always try to avenge the young. It's truly annoying. However," Yang Yi flipped his palm when he spoke up to this point, and the Herculean hammer appeared in his grasp. "However, if I don't kill you, then you would think that you're really so great and almighty. Young man." Suddenly, Mu Qingfeng spoke anxiously. "He's comparable to the 5th on the hallowed rankings, at least. Don't act rashly. The 5th? I wouldn't fear him even if he's in the top 3. Yang Yi interrupted Mu Qingfeng, and then the Herculean hammer smashed down like a mountain towards Gu Yuxian. Everyone here was stunned. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi would attack just like that. At this moment, even Gu Yuxian was slightly stunned. In his opinion, it was he who should be acting arrogantly, and it should be him who launched the first attack. However, this fellow before him was even more arrogant than he was and had even attacked first. It was contempt. Complete and utter contempt. It was contempt to him, Gu Yuxian, and it was contempt to the Gu clan. "You're courting death!" Gu Yuxian roared furiously as he slapped his palm towards Yang Yi's hammer. Gu Yuxian's right palm gradually enlarged as it moved towards the Herculean hammer, and less than half a breath of time passed before his palm was more than 2 times larger than the Herculean hammer. Bang! A huge explosion resounded from the collision, while Gu Yuxian's legs caved from the force, and he was almost smashed to the ground. At this moment, there was astonishment in his eyes. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi's strength would actually be so terrifying. "Down!" Yang Yi roared fiercely as he took the hammer in both hands and pressed it down. Bang! Gu Yuxian was smashed into the ground. Yang Yi was about to follow up with another attack when 2 enormous palms slapped forcefully towards him from the right. Yang Yi stopped and swung the Herculean hammer towards those palms. An enormous bang resounded as the palms dispersed amidst powerful rumbling. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's gaze descended onto Qian Yan and the Fire Spirit Race's Grand Elder. Yang Yi didn't launch another attack. He grabbed Fu Jingxin's shoulder, and then his figure flashed and vanished into the horizon. He wanted to kill Qian Yan and Gu Yuxian, but the situation didn't allow it. Because Head sensed the aura of numerous half-saints rushing towards Lunar Right Hall. So, he would definitely be locked in battle if he didn't leave right now. Young man! I swear that I'll kill you! Gu Yuxian's furious roar resounded from beneath the ground. After flying for almost 500 kilometers, Yang Yi finally stopped when he confirmed that they weren't being pursued. Yang Yi gazed at Fu Jingxian and said, "There's no place in the hallowed grounds for you or me. Head to Profounder Continent. As I said before, you can start over there. Moreover, if you want to take revenge, then the first thing you need is a safe place to cultivate in peace, right? Besides that, the hallowed grounds will fall into great chaos in a month or two from now. Once that happens, you won't be able to survive in the hallowed grounds with the strength you possess right now." Fu Jingxian gazed at him and asked, "Why are you constantly helping me like this?" Yang Yi replied, "Your experiences are slightly similar to my own. But my luck was better than yours, and I obtained some fortuitous encounters. So, I've taken my revenge. If you want to take your revenge, then you have to survive first. That's all I can say." When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi took out a 1,000-year-old fire crystal and gave it to her. "Good luck." Yang Yi's figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Fu Jingxin's gaze was slightly blank as she held the fire crystal in her hand. Suddenly, the voice of a woman resounded. "Jingxian, that fellow's body is full of yang energy, and it's like a scorching sun. Even the extraordinary geniuses from 100,000 years ago can't compare to him. If you absorb his yang energy and devour his cultivation, you'll definitely be able to attain the half-saint realm." The voice carried a trace of excitement and madness. Fu Jingxin's expression instantly became icy cold when she heard this, and she said, "I'll immediately take you down with me if you dare to do that." A short while passed before Fu Jingxian left. However, she didn't head in the direction of Profounder Continent, and she headed towards a completely different direction instead. Yang Yi returned to the ancient city of Hallows. Of course, he didn't return openly but snuck into the city instead, and he immediately headed to the teleportation hall of the Hallowed Halls. The Pagoda of Confinement. Yang Yi gazed at the old man who stood before him and withdrew his point card. The old man raised his head, glanced at Yang Yi, and then he took the card and tapped it lightly. 50,000 points immediately vanished from Yang Yi's card. The old man returned the card to Yang Yi and said, "The one strum on the 4th level." Yang Yi took his card, and then he went to the 4th level. Yang Yi took a deep breath as he gazed at the room before him. He said, "Sword Spirit! I'm coming!" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stepped into the room, and then a blue glow enveloped him. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's figure to vanish from the room. Chapter 760. Yang Yi didn't know how long had passed before he finally felt his feet touch ground. He opened his eyes slowly and glanced at the surroundings. He noticed that he was underground now. However, he wasn't covered beneath the ground as he could still look up and see the sky. But he realized that he was extremely deep underground because the sky was merely round 30 m wide. Based on his estimations, he was over a few hundred or 1,000 kilometers below the ground. At this moment, there were numerous stone houses around him, and every single one of them was floating in the air. He was standing on a floating stone platform instead. He took a step forward and looked down. He saw a black pagoda standing over 100 kilometers below him, and he saw a sword on the top of it. The sword spirit's main body. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. He was just about to jump down. However, an old man appeared before him. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly when he saw the old man because it was actually a mid-grade half-saint. "You've come to train?" asked the old man. Yang Yi nodded and said, It's my first time here, so I don't really know much. Please do provide me with some guidance. The old man replied. See those houses and the surroundings? There's pure energy within them. It's where you cultivate. Moreover, every single one of those houses has a passageway which leads to the lava below, and there are pure fire crystals there. You can give it a try if you're confident in your strength. Besides that, the pagoda below is the pagoda of confinement. It's where the defiant profounders are sealed. Don't go near there or you'll die before you even realize it. The old man vanished once he finished speaking. Yang Yi frowned as he stood there, and he didn't act rashly, because he sensed that there were at least 10 formidable auras around the pagoda. They were at least half-saints, and it was even to the extent that he sensed some obscure yet formidable auras. He felt that they were mid-grade half-saints. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time before he decided to wait for a good opportunity to show itself or until he could think of a better plan. Even though he had 11 half-saint sword servants now, and one of them was even a mid-grade half-saint, they were definitely insufficient to go against the experts who were down there. He didn't have an advantage in both quality and quantity. Yang Yi glanced at the stone houses, and then he casually entered one of the vacant houses. Strands of extremely pure energy immediately struck him when he stepped through the door, and it delighted him. He immediately sat down cross-legged, and then he swallowed a 1,000-year-old fire crystal and started to absorb both the energy around him and the energy within the fire crystal. He was at the peak of the 3rd rank of the monarch realm, and he intended to seize this opportunity to advance into the 4th rank. Actually, the 3rd or 4th rank of the monarch realm made no difference to him. However, it was a process he had to go through. He had to rise gradually to the 9th rank of the monarch realm and break through to the half-saint realm. It was a necessary process, and it couldn't be completed quickly. Otherwise, his foundation wouldn't be solid. With the pure energy that came from 2 sources, Yang Yi's breakthrough was extremely smooth and easy, and had succeeded before even 6 hours had passed. Wham! Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from outside the room. At the same time, Yang Yi felt the ancient chi start trembling violently. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he changed his clothes and restored his original appearance. At the same time, he withdrew a mask and wore it. It was important to him to keep the identity head created, young man, to be used in the future, so he couldn't allow it to be destroyed. After he finished doing all of that, his figure flashed and left the stone house before he looked down at the pagoda of confinement. It wasn't just Yang Yi. Many others had walked out from their rooms and were looking at the pagoda. Meanwhile, a voice resounded. The defiant profounders are attacking. Return to your rooms! It was a half-saint who spoke these words. Even then, not a single one of the people here intended to obey him. The sword below was trembling even more frequently, and it was growing stronger as well. An old man appeared before Yang Yi and the others. He glanced coldly at them and said, Are all of you still not going to get back in? Do you want to die? Meanwhile, a young man said, Senior, you can just ignore us. Since we were able to come here, we're naturally not ordinary people. I presume they are of the same mind as me, and they're very curious towards the defiant profounders as well. Senior, please allow us to watch and witness the ability of the defiant profounders, so that we can mentally prepare ourselves. All right? The old man gazed at the young man for a short while before he spoke again. Fine, Wuxing. Since you want to watch, then watch. The old man vanished once he finished speaking. Wuxing! The 3 down the hallowed rankings! Someone cried out involuntarily with shock. The youths in the surroundings instantly shot their gazes over to the young man, Wuxing. After all, the hallowed rankings was the most influential ranking in the entire hallowed grounds, and the top 10 geniuses were true extraordinary geniuses. The top 3 were even more terrifying because they could even surmount their realms of cultivation and kill half-saints. Yang Yi glanced at Wuxing. Yang Yi still remembered the former 3 down the hallowed rankings, Xiahou Xian. Xiahou Xian's strength could be said to have been extremely terrifying, and even he had almost been unable to defeat Xiahou Xian. So, Yang Yi was quite interested in this new 3 ranked genius. Wuxin gazed at the enormous pagoda below while a wisp of excitement flashed through his eyes. He said, "Everyone, the ultimate goal of our cultivation is to kill the Defiant Profounders. Defiant Profounders might be emerging in a while. Do all of you dare to kill the Defiant Profounders with me?" No one answered him. The weakest amongst the Defiant Profounders was at the half-saint realm. So, kill the Defiant Profounders? That was a joke to them. After all, Defiant Profounders weren't just half-saints, they had undying bodies. "Count me in!" It was Yang Yi who spoke these words. He was worried about lacking an excuse to approach the pagoda, yet it just so happened that Wuxin had given him such an excuse. Everyone here shot their gazes towards Yang Yi, and they were slightly stunned when they saw him wearing a mask. One of the men said, "Are you aware of the Defiant Profoundest strength? Wuxin is the 3 down the hallowed rankings, and he has killed many half-saints on his own. To be honest, he dares to head down there and fight them because he possesses the strength to do so, but you," Yang Yi said, "I appreciate your concern. But since I dare to head down there, then I'm naturally confident in my ability. Moreover, have all of you thought about it? The Defiant Profounders are about to escape from the seal. Could it be that all of you are going to shrink back as well when that happens? If only a few of them were to charge down there, then it would be like having huge targets painted on their backs. So, it would be extremely difficult to approach the sword precursor. However, if a huge group were to charge down there together, then he'd have a better chance." "That's right," Wuxin continued. "The Defiant Profounders are about to escape the seal, so why don't we seize this opportunity to fight them? We can use this opportunity to determine the gap between us and the Defiant Profounders, so that we can be ready when all of them escape." "Wuxin is right. Count me in." One of the men stepped forward. After that man stepped forward, a few more stepped forward in succession. Meanwhile, Wuxin gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Brother, your aura is very powerful. I presume you're ranked on the hallowed rankings as well, right?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I'm just an independent cultivator, and it was only good luck that allowed me to come here and cultivate." Wuxin glanced at Yang Yi. He understood that Yang Yi didn't intend to reveal his identity, so he just nodded and didn't speak another word. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from below. It was sharp and ear-piercing to the point their eardrums hurt, and they couldn't help but frown. Yang Yi's expression turned solemn beneath his mask. Because he has the sword spirit with him, he was able to sense the emotions of that sword. It was filled with unwillingness, rage, violence, resentment. Yang Yi's heart couldn't help but tremble when he sensed this. He really understood how the sword spirit felt. After all, no one could avoid feeling resentful from being sealed for 100,000 years. However, he was quite worried. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to control it once he rescued it. If that happened, then it might even cause him to suffer backlash, and that would really be no different than courting death. But even then, he still had no choice but to rescue the sword precursor. Because it was the sword spirit's main body, and he couldn't give up even if he only had a 0.001% chance of success. "Dogs! I'm finally free! Ha!" Suddenly, roaring laughter resounded from beneath the ground, and then a few levels at the top of the pagoda exploded apart before almost 100 figures shot out from within. As soon as they shot out from within the pagoda, they immediately flashed towards the sky. However, it wasn't long before over 100 white-robed experts from the hallowed grounds obstructed their paths. "Free? Since you've come out, then leave your lives behind!" The white-robed old man who led the group roared furiously as he led the group towards the Defiant Profounders. A battle erupted. All sorts of attacks surged incessantly through space. Space shattered apart before recovering to its previous state, and then it started shattering right after. The countenances of many youths who watched from above had turned pale. At this moment, they understood that such a battle wasn't something that they could interfere in at all. Especially when they saw the Defiant Profounders coming back to life. There even was slight hesitance on Wuxin's face. Had killed half-saints, but there was a difference in strength between half-saints. Those half-saints down there were on a completely different level than the half-saints had killed in the past. Everyone! Kill the defiant profounders! Attack! Suddenly, a voice resounded. The others looked over and saw the masked man was already charging down. Wishing felt embarrassed when he witnessed this scene because even someone at a realm of cultivation lower to his own had dared to charge down there, yet he was actually shrinking back a little. Wishing took a deep breath, and then he said, "Everyone! Fight with me!" He charged down as well. At this moment, Wishing had spurred on quite a few, and over 20 charged down with him. The expression of the white-robed old man instantly changed drastically when he saw Wishing and the others charge down, and he roared furiously. "Get the fuck back! Do all of you!" Bang! However, his voice stopped abruptly because he saw a masked man slice a defiant profounder in two with a single swing of his sword. The masked man was Yan Yi, of course. He was extremely swift, and he fought his way towards the top of the pagoda. He simply swept through any and all obstructions all along the way, and his sword energy would either repulse or injure any who stood in his way. It wasn't long before the others noticed with astonishment that Yan Yi had arrived at the top of the pagoda. The white-robed old man was slightly stunned by this, and then his expression changed. He roared furiously. "Leave immediately! The divine sword has a spirit of its own! It'll protect itself!" Sure enough, a strand of sword energy suddenly shot out from the sword when he approached it. Yan Yi's expression changed drastically, but he wasn't able to dodge it in any. Unexpectedly, the sword energy passed right through him and shot off to slash a defiant profounder behind him into two. Yan Yi was stunned for a moment, and then joy filled him. His figure flashed over to the sword, and then he took the sword's hilt in his right hand and pulled forcefully. He was stunned again, because it didn't even budge. Yan Yi quickly grabbed the hilt with both his hands, and then he pulled once more with all his strength. However, the sword still didn't move at all. Chapter 761. It won't budge at all. Yan Yi's pupils constricted behind his mask. Meanwhile, he sensed a few white-robed old men were charging towards him from afar. Obviously, they knew what his intentions were. What should I do? Leave? But how could he be willing to leave just like that? Moreover, if he left now, then it would undoubtedly be beyond difficult to try and rescue the sword spirit's main body again. So, he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Yan Yi waved his right hand, and then Guardian Lin and 10 other half-saint sword servants appeared before him and engaged the white-robed half-saints in battle. "Half-saint puppets! Who exactly are you?" The old man's shocked and furious voice resounded, and then numerous explosions resounded from behind Yan Yi. Yan Yi's gaze descended onto the seal that floated above the sword, and a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes as he swung Lunar Reverie at it. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded. The seal trembled violently, but Lunar Reverie trembled even more violently in Yan Yi's grasp. Moreover, Yan Yi was shocked to notice that cracks had even appeared on Lunar Reverie. "How dare you! That sword is the key to sealing the defiant profounders. All the defiant profounders will cease to be restrained if you destroy that. Do you know what the consequences of that would be?" The white-robed old man who led the group of experts against Yan Yi's sword servants roared with fury. Yan Yi paid no attention to the old man. As he gazed once more at the seal, he didn't dare underestimate it at all. He flipped his palm, and he exchanged Lunar Reverie for the Herculean hammer. He took it in both hands, and then he smashed it down towards the seal. This time, he didn't hold back at all, and he even utilized the Herculean armor's boost in strength. So, the strength of this strike tore space apart. Bang! The Herculean hammer struck the seal again, and both the hammer and the seal trembled violently. Meanwhile, Yan Yi raised the hammer and struck down once more. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the seal exploded apart before the eyes of everyone. "Don't you dare!" The old man's eyes almost split apart from rage, and they were completely crimson red. He seemed to be filled with madness and astonishment. Yang Yi paid no attention to that. He grabbed the sword's hilt with his right hand. This time, it didn't take him much effort to pull the sword out. However, a strand of emotions that carried unwillingness, resentment, and madness surged into his mind at the moment he pulled it out, causing his face to instantly turn savage. Those emotions filled his mind, causing him to only have a single thought left, and it was to kill. Kill everything before him. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Yang Yi's mind to regain clarity, and then he gazed at the sword with shock. He hadn't expected that it could actually throw his mind into disorder. After all, he possessed the enlightened sword heart, and had even comprehended tune-level heaven rank sword intent. Yang Yi didn't dare hold the sword for a moment longer. Because the negative emotions within it hadn't reduced at all, and it was even surging incessantly towards him like a torrent. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the ancient sheath appeared before him. He sheathed the sword within the ancient sheath before he turned around, waved his hand, and placed the sword's servants back into the primordial pagoda. After that, he stomped his right foot against the top of the pagoda, and he transformed into a ray of light which shot towards the exit. "Stop him! Stop him!" The white-robed old man roared hysterically with rage. However, right when Yang Yi left the top of the pagoda, the entire pagoda of confinement suddenly started trembling violently. The white-robed old man was horrified, and he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone get back here and guard the pagoda! Disregard him!" When they saw the pagoda of confinement trembling violently, and seeming to be on the verge of splitting apart, all the other white-robed experts were horrified, and they couldn't be bothered to stop the other defiant profounders. All of them charged towards the pagoda. Meanwhile, the defiant profounders didn't stay for a moment longer. All of them shot into the air and charged towards the exit. Because all of them were very clearly aware that a huge amount of reinforcements was definitely on the way, and only death would be awaiting them if they stayed a moment longer. Right when Yang Yi was about to charge out, an enormous being appeared at the exit. It was completely pitch black, had the head of a lion, the horns of a deer, the eyes of a tiger, the scales of a dragon, and the tail of a dragon. At this moment, it was staring fixedly at Yang Yi with a cold and vicious gaze, and it caused Yang Yi to feel extremely uncomfortable. A Qilin! A Qilin of legend! Yang Yi was shocked. He hadn't expected that he would see a legendary Qilin here. But aren't Qilins auspicious beasts? That's clearly not an auspicious beast. If it were, then it would absolutely not emanate such a cold and vicious aura. It's like the convergence of the evil throughout the world. The black Qilin opened its enormous mouth, and it seemed like it intended to bite Yang Yi. However, a voice suddenly resounded from its back. "Black, we have important matters to attend to." Yang Yi looked over towards the source of the voice, and he saw a man standing on the Qilin's back. He wore a dark golden robe, and the robe was covered in all sorts of strange symbols. The symbols seemed as if they were alive, and they were actually moving slowly. As for the man's appearance, he was extremely handsome with angular features that seemed as if they were carved by a blade. Besides that, there was a broad ink black sword hanging from his waist while he held a scroll that had strange symbols inscribed on it. At this moment, his handsome face had a carefree grin on it, and he emanated a refined yet vicious aura. Yang Yi's gaze focused on the man. The man grinned as a palm-sized talisman appeared before him. He said, "If I activate this talisman, then this exit will be immediately sealed. Trust me, you won't be able to escape even if you're at the half-saint realm." Yang Yi filled his palm, and the stone of suppression appeared in his grasp. At the same time, his tune-level heaven-rank sword intent surged out madly and pressed down like a million mountains from above the man and the Qilin. Moreover, strands of dazzling light surged out, and less than a breath of time passed before 10,000 swords formed an enormous ball that enveloped all three of them. "You'll die if I can't escape. Do you think you'll be able to drag you down with me before that happens?" Yang Yi gazed at the man as he spoke. The man sized up the surroundings, yet there wasn't a trace of panic on his face. He just revealed a trace of surprise before he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Around the age of 20. Peak tune level heaven rank sword intent and the enlightened sword heart. TSK. How extraordinary. Besides those freaks of the Nether Pavilion, this world was actually capable of producing a genius like you. However, if you intend to rely on all of this to drag me down with you, then I'm afraid it isn't sufficient. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then 11 half-saint puppets appeared around him as he said, "What about now?" The man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, "You can leave. Let's spar if we have the chance." "As you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the swords and half-saints returned into the primordial pagoda. After that, his figure flashed and transformed into a ray of light that charged out from the exit. As soon as Yang Yi left, the talisman that floated before the man exploded apart, and then a translucent barrier of light appeared at the exit. The defiant Profounders charged over to the exit as well, but not a single one of them could break through it. Meanwhile, rays of light flashed from the teleportation platforms below, and then half-saints appeared in succession. In next to no time, over 100 half-saints had appeared here, and a battle erupted. "Grand Master Shinemo, please lend us a hand." A white-robed old man appeared before the man who stood on the Qilin, and his voice and face were filled with anxiousness, because the pagoda of confinement seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. As he gazed at the pagoda down below, the man who was called Shinemo had a trace of a heavy expression in his eyes. He said, "All of you can't come out right now." As soon as he spoke, the black Qilin brought him to the top of the pagoda. Shinemo drew the sword on his waist and pointed it up towards the sky. "With the world as my talisman, with the sun and moon as my brush, and with the grand Tao as the catalyst. Heaven seal! Form!" As soon as he spoke, he swung the sword swiftly, and then a change suddenly occurred in the heavens and the earth in an area of 5,000 kilometers around him. Countless strands of mysterious energy descended from the sky and surged out from the ground before converging at the tip of his sword. The old man who stood by Shinmo's side was astounded, because he was able to sense that the spirit energy in an area of 5,000 kilometers was actually being completely extracted, and it was converging at the tip of the man's sword. In next to no time, an enormous talisman that was over 30 m long and 10 m wide appeared in the air. At the same time, Shinmo's countenance turned slightly pale. "Seal!" He roared furiously as he pressed the sword down, and the enormous talisman descended like a mountain upon the pagoda. A strand of golden energy that carried the aura of the Grand Tao instantly stormed down, and then the trembling pagoda of confinement immediately fell silent. The old man heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Meanwhile, Shinemo said, "This seal is able to seal them for half a month at most because the energy within it will be exhausted by then. So, you have to constantly dispatch half-saints to transfer energy into this talisman. Only then would it be able to last for 2 months. Understood." The old man hurriedly nodded. Shinemo glanced at the pagoda and said, 2 months from now, life and death will be decided in battle." As soon as he finished speaking, he patted the Qilin on the head. The latter understood his intentions, and it roared before transforming into a ray of black light that vanished from where it stood. After Yang Yi left the exit, he fled madly all along the way. At this moment Yang Yi's face was covered in excitement and joy. Had obtained the sword precursor, and that meant that he could execute the true Heaven Rend. Moreover, he could even grasp the true secrets of the sword domain. So, from today onwards, he could kill half-saints like dogs. Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh madly when he thought up to this point. However, it wasn't long before he stopped fleeing, and the smile on his face had even froze. Because the patriarch of the fire spirit race was standing before him. Moreover, 11 other half-saints were standing by his side as well. Xian Yen, Tongfen, and the Grand Elder were amongst them. "Yang Yi, I thought that you'd never swing your sword again." The fire spirit race's patriarch spoke fiercely. "I immediately rushed over when I sensed your sword energy. The heavens reward those who wait. I've finally found you. Today, it'll make you pay 1,000,000-fold for the destruction of my fire spirit race." "So it was because of my sword intent?" Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he noticed to his astonishment that the ancient city of Hallows was actually just nearby. So the pagoda of confinement was just near the ancient city of Hallows. Not only did Yang Yi show no signs of fear as he gazed at the patriarch of the fire spirit race and the other 11 half-saints, he even revealed a trace of excitement. He said, "You old dog! I'll allow you to witness the true heaven-rend today." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi took the sword precursor's hilt in his right hand and pulled. Chapter 762. It isn't moving? I can't pull it out. What the fuck? Yang Yi lowered his head to look at the sword he held, and he couldn't help but curse. He couldn't pull it out from the pagoda earlier because of the seal, but it didn't make sense for him to be unable to do so now. Yang Yi couldn't figure it out no matter how he racked his brains. On the other hand, the experts from the fire spirit race were stunned. They could be said to have been fully on guard when Yang Yi was about to draw his sword. Because while Yang Yi was only at the 4th rank of the monarch realm, they were clearly aware that he couldn't be judged by convention at all. But they never imagined that he would actually not draw his sword. "Yang Yi, are you trying to insult us?" Qian Yan gazed ferociously at Yang Yi and was about to attack. However, his eyelids twitched, and he stepped back once more because Yang Yi had grasped the hilt of his sword again and was trying to draw it once more. He still vividly remembered how powerful Yang Yi's sword technique was, so he didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. This time, Yang Yi utilized his entire physical strength. The sword moved slightly, and it delighted Yang Yi. So, he continued using all his strength, and it rose half a centimeter. However, Yang Yi's expression changed drastically because the clothes that covered his right arm had shattered apart and burnt into ashes. Moreover, his entire right arm had cracked apart, while blood sprayed out from within it. Yang Yi was horrified, and he hurriedly pushed the sword back into the sheath. He didn't doubt that his entire arm would shatter into bits if he were to continue drawing it. On the other hand, the experts of the fire spirit race were stunned. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Yang Yi's arm would have actually cracked apart while he tried to draw his sword. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly raised his head to glance at them, and he said, next time I'll let all of you witness the true heaven-rend." Yang Yi immediately stomped his right foot against the ground, and then his figure transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the distance. Merely an instant passed before he vanished from their fields of vision. "Get him!" The experts of the fire spirit race immediately recovered from their shock when they saw Yang Yi flee, and they flashed off in pursuit of him. As he flew through the air, Yang Yi's brows knit tightly together as he gazed at the sheathed sword in his grasp. It shouldn't have been like that. How could I have been unable to draw it? Could it be the sword spirit? That isn't very likely. Right, the sword spirit. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly when he thought of the sword spirit. Because logically speaking, the sword spirit should have recovered once he got the sword precursor, but she still hadn't shown herself until now. Moreover, he noticed that he was actually unable to contact her right now. What exactly happened to her? Suddenly, the patriarch of the fire spirit race appeared in front of him and interrupted his thoughts. "Yang Yi, do you know how long I've been looking for you?" He gazed at Yang Yi with a gloomy expression on his face. "I've been utilizing my divine sense to search an area of a few tens of thousands of kilometers around the city every single day just to find you. Unfortunately, it was like you'd evaporated into thin air after that day. Fortunately, good things come to those who wait. I detected your sword intent today. I'll never forget the aura of your sword intent." He could be said to have committed sins against his race by allowing the fire spirit race to be destroyed. Moreover, after the fire spirit race was destroyed and they were forced to seek refuge from the hallowed halls, everything his race had encountered truly infuriated him. Because all of it had been caused by Yang Yi, and that was why he searched for Yang Yi at all times. Yang Yi glanced towards the north. He couldn't see the ancient city of Hallows anymore. In other words, he was at least a few tens of thousands of kilometers away from the city. "Yang Yi, you won't be able to escape this time." Qian Yan and the others had arrived as well. This time, the 11 half-saints in their group stood in various different directions to obstruct Yang Yi's paths of retreat. Who said anything about escaping? Yang Yi glanced at them and said, Since all of you intend to court death today, then how could I not fulfill your wishes? Yang Yi waved his right hand while he spoke, and 11 half-saints appeared here. Meanwhile, Yang Yi immediately withdrew the stone of suppression, and it instantly made their cultivations drop from the half-saint realm to the monarch realm. 11 half-saints. One is a mid-grade half-saint. How could this be possible? All of them gazed at this scene before them with disbelief. My God! 11 half-saints, and one of them is even a mid-grade half-saint. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Leave! Everyone retreat and seek assistance from the hallowed halls. The patriarch of the fire spirit race was the first to recover from his shock. At this moment, he was very clearly aware that they were definitely incapable of killing these 11 half-saints while their cultivations were suppressed. So, he hadn't hesitated to order a retreat. Unfortunately, Yang Yi refused to let that happen, and a golden barrier of light suddenly appeared around them. The golden barrier of light was a heaven-grade barrier created by the barrier flags he obtained from Man Yuan. Even though it consumed a very terrifying amount of extreme-grade energy stones, it would be worth it if he could kill all of these half-saints from the fire spirit race. Kill! As soon as Yang Yi spoke, the 11 sword servants charged madly towards the experts from the fire spirit race. Meanwhile, Yang Yi withdrew a heaven-rank sword and aimed it at one of the half-saints before executing his strongest attack. They were suppressed. From the moment the battle began, every single half-saint from the fire spirit race was completely suppressed. Their cultivations had been suppressed by the stone of suppression, while Yang Yi's sword intent suppressed them further, so regardless of whether it was their speed or reaction time, it couldn't compare to Yang Yi and the half-saint sword servants. That was exactly why they immediately fell into an absolutely disadvantageous position when the battle began. Hiss! A ray of light flashed, and then the body of a half-saint from the fire spirit race stiffened on the spot. A fist-sized hole had appeared on his chest. As soon as that half-saint died, Yang Yi waved his right hand and immediately transported the corpse into the primordial pagoda. Next, both he and the half-saint sword servant who was fighting that expert charged towards the next half-saint from the fire spirit race. This time, it was 3 against 1. 2 half-saint sword servants kept that expert busy while Yang Yi's sword pierced through that half-saint's chest with absolute ease. After that, it was 4 against 1. 5 against 1, in next to no time, only 3 remained. The fire spirit race's patriarch, Qianyan, and Tongfen. This time, 9 half-saint sword servants surrounded the patriarch of the fire spirit race, while the last 2 kept Qianyan and Tongfen busy. At this moment, their faces were filled with despair because the fire spirit race had truly been annihilated this time. After all, once they were gone, then the remaining members of their race who resided in the ancient city of Hallows would be like sheep who were at the mercy of others. Once the defiant profounders emerged from the seal, they would absolutely be unable to survive as there was no one left to protect them. The patriarch of the fire spirit race was truly filled with despair and regret right now. If he had killed Qianyan that day and let Yang Yi live, then the fire spirit race wouldn't have been destroyed, and he wouldn't have to die right now. After all, sacrificing Qianyan alone could have given the fire spirit race peace. Unfortunately, had chosen to kill Yang Yi that day. Not to mention what happened in the past, if he hadn't come to pursue Yang Yi today, then the remaining half-saints of the fire spirit race wouldn't have been annihilated. At this moment, the patriarch of the fire spirit race, Qianyan, and Tong Feng were all covered in injuries, and they were bound to be defeated and killed. Yang Yi gazed at Qianyan and said, "Do you know why I've kept you alive until now? Because I felt that I would truly be letting off too easily if I were to just kill you. It'll make you pay a horrible and unforgettable price for killing Xiao Man." Yang Yi couldn't help but surge with ferocious killing intent when he thought of Xiao Man. It was a scar that would stay with him forever. "Yang Yi, you want me to beg you for mercy?" "Ha!" Qianyan roared like a madman. Do you think that I would beg for mercy from you? Dream on. I only regret not risking everything to kill you that day and leaving such a calamity alive. But it's fine because you won't survive for long even if I die. The hallowed halls won't let you go. Ha! Swoosh! 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 4 rays of light flashed, and then a shrill cry resounded from Qian Yan as 4 swords nailed him on the ground. Yang Yi flashed over to Qian Yan, stomped on Qian Yan's chest with his right foot, and said, "Didn't you intend to extract my soul and place it deep beneath the ground to be burned alive? Unfortunately, you couldn't do it. But it's fine because it'll allow you to experience it yourself." As he spoke, Yang Yi pressed his hand against Qian Yan's head, and then a powerful suction force surged out from his palm. Ah! Qian Yan instantly let out a shrill cry. It wasn't long before Yang Yi had extracted Qian Yan's soul by force. The pain from such an experience was simply impossible to describe with words, and it was to the extent that the face on Qian Yan's corpse had warped severely. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath at all. He immediately tossed Qian Yan's soul to a sword servant, and that sword servant flashed into the ground and tunneled his way deep into the ground. "It's time to end this." Yang Yi flipped his palm, and his sword emanated a dazzling glow as it shot towards the patriarch of the fire spirit race who was persisting bitterly in battle. He was almost completely exhausted, so Yang Yi's sword pierced through his chest without experiencing much difficulty. A mid-grade half-saint perished just like that. The patriarch of the fire spirit race stared fixedly at Yang Yi with a gaze that was filled with resentment, and it remained like that until the moment he took his last breath. Yang Yi put the corpse away, and then he looked at Tongfen and said, "You can leave." "Why?" asked Tongfen in a low voice. "If Xiaoman was still alive, she would absolutely not want me to kill her grandfather. You should be grateful that you had a granddaughter." Yang Yi glanced coldly at him before turning around and leaving. Tongfen watched Yang Yi leave, and he stood silently on the spot for a short while before he turned around and left. After traveling a certain distance, Yang Yi suddenly stopped moving. Meanwhile, the ancient sheath in his grasp suddenly trembled violently before a ray of light flashed, and the sword spirit appeared in front of him. However, the sword spirit was slightly different than before. She wore a dark red dress and had an extremely cold expression on her face. Moreover, her eyes were filled with viciousness and killing intent. Yang Yi frowned. Suddenly, the sword spirit pressed her fingers together to form a sword, and she pointed her fingers at Yang Yi. In an instant, a myriad of strands of sword energy shot towards him. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically. Chapter 763. The sword energy was like a dense storm that had no gaps in between it at all. Moreover, the sword intent every single strand of sword energy carried was actually not weaker to Yang Yi's Tun-level heaven-rank sword intent. There were countless strands of sword energy, and they were both strong and extremely swift. Coupled with the fact that Yang Yi hadn't expected the sword spirit to attack him, so he was caught off guard and instantly enveloped by the sword energy. "You're so weak. How could you be worthy of being my master?" A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the sword spirit's mouth as she gazed at Yang Yi, who had been enveloped by sword energy, and then she turned around with the intention of leaving. Bang! Suddenly, a huge explosion resounded as the sword energy exploded apart. The sword spirit's dark brows knit together slightly as she turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi was covered by the Herculean armor. He wasn't able to dodge the sword energy in time earlier, so he had no choice but to instantly activate the Herculean armor. Fortunately, while the sword energy was powerful, it couldn't break through the Herculean armor's defenses. "You aren't the sword spirit!" Yang Yi flipped his palm and lunar reverie appeared in his grasp. Moreover, his sword intent surged out madly and enveloped down upon the sword spirit. However, Yang Yi was horrified to notice that his sword intent couldn't move an inch closer after it arrived 3 m away from her. It was like something had stopped his sword intent. The sword spirit glanced at the Herculean armor which Yang Yi wore and said, "So you relied on a treasure?" You're nothing worth mentioning. I wonder what made her think highly of you and actually acknowledge you as her master. How truly laughable! As she spoke, the sword spirit suddenly opened her mouth and sucked, and then all the sword intent Yang Yi had emanated were actually sucked into her mouth. Yang Yi was astounded. 3-level heaven rank sword intent? She possesses 3-level heaven rank sword intent? The sword spirit took a deep breath with a greedy expression on her face, and then she said, Your sword intent isn't bad. But the laughable thing is you actually utilize sword intent before me. Do you not know that I'm immune to all sword intent and sword energy? Because I possess a pure sword physique, and it allows me to absorb all sword intent and sword energy. She's immune to sword intent. Yan Yes' eyelids twitched. He took a deep breath as he exchanged lunar reverie for the Herculean hammer, and then he said, I only have a single question, are you the sword spirit or not? Of course. The woman in a red dress laughed coldly. I understand what you mean. That sword spirit you knew in the past was me as well, but that was an incomplete form of me. Now, our souls have merged together, and the one standing before you is the true sword spirit. Understand? Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while. In the end, he shook his head and said, Just leave. A wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes as she said, What? You intend to let me off now so that you can trap me later? Yang Yi was quite dispirited. Indeed, had experienced all sorts of difficulties, yet this was the outcome of it all. No one would feel happy upon encountering such a thing. Yang Yi shrugged and said, I would have definitely taken many wrong paths on my path towards the Sword Dao if it wasn't for your help. Moreover, you even saved me from many dangerous situations in the past. In short, while I've saved you, it can only be considered as returning the favor. You don't owe me anything, she said. Do you realize that you won't be able to execute Heavenrend without me? Moreover, you won't be able to obtain the last 2 moves of the Tri-Apex sword technique. What do you want now? Yang Yi was quite annoyed. You aren't willing to stay by my side, so what's the point of saying all of that? Moreover, I don't think I can stop you if you intend to flee. He really couldn't stop her because her current strength was at the half-saint realm at least. Coupled with the fact that she was immune to sword intent and sword energy, he was completely helpless against her. She suddenly said, I've changed my mind. What are you trying to say? Yang Yi frowned. She wasn't the same sword spirit that he knew. She was clearly not a nice person. She replied, I need to constantly absorb sword intent to grow and improve myself. Ordinary sword intent and sword cultivators aren't able to satisfy my needs, yet you are barely qualified. However, I won't acknowledge you as my master. But we can work together. You should be aware that chaos is about to descend to the world, and it's beneficial for both of us to work together. What would I gain from that? Asked Yang Yi. If it was the old sword spirit, then he would naturally not make a fuss about this. But he had to when facing this new sword spirit. Because his intuition told him that she would scheme against him. I can guide you in your cultivation, the sword spirit replied. Moreover, you can learn the other 2 attacks from the Tri-Apex sword technique, and it's even to the extent that I can pass down other sword techniques which surpass it. I have one more condition, said Yang Yi. What? Tell me how to use the sword domain, said Yang Yi. The sword domain was the most important part. Because only by truly grasping it would he have the ability to fight those experts that had cultivated for countless years. The sword spirit's eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed at Yang Yi in silence. What? That's not a problem, right? Yang Yi asked. Or even you don't know? I do, she said, but I won't tell you how. Not for now, at least. Why? Yang Yi frowned. She replied coldly, No reason. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. At this moment, he really wanted to charge over and give her a slap, but he restrained himself in the end. He thought for a moment and said, My strength isn't very strong before some of the older half-saints. So I must grasp the true method of utilizing the sword domain. Only then would I be able to fight them. Since you know how, then tell me. After all, we've known each other for quite some time. All right? She answered. The sword domain you've grasped isn't the true sword domain. What do you mean? Asked Yang Yi. She replied. I won't tell you the true secrets of the sword domain until I've completely recovered. Yang Yi asked. It can pose a threat to you? She answered frankly. Yes. Yang Yi gazed at the sword spirit for a short while, and then he nodded and said, All right. So, according to what you said, my sword domain actually isn't a true sword domain? It's far from that, she replied. At the very most, it can be considered to possess the framework of a sword domain, but it doesn't have any material content within it. How formidable is the true sword domain? Yang Yi continued. She looked up into the sky, and then said, You're the heavens within it. So long as your opponent doesn't possess the strength to defy the heavens, then your opponent would have no chance to defeat you. In other words, the sword domain isn't truly invincible. Because it can still be overcome if my opponent possesses heaven-defying strength, right? Asked Yang Yi. How ignorant! She glanced coldly at him and said, There are no absolute techniques or domains in this world. The sword domain's strength depends entirely on you. If you exceed the heavens and the earth, then your opponent would still be unable to overcome your sword domain even if he possesses heaven-defying strength. Regardless of whether it's techniques or any other forces, their true strengths actually fully depend upon the user. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time before he nodded and said, I understand. I should work hard on improving my strength and not entrusting my hopes onto the sword domain. Otherwise, even if I truly grasp it, it would still be useless if I'm not strong. At least you still have some merits. She glanced at him and spoke coldly. He glanced at her and couldn't be bothered to speak another word to her. He started to consider the price Head paid to kill those half-saints from the fire spirit race. Head set up a heaven-grade barrier to trap them just now, so Head exhausted almost 5,000 extreme-grade energy stones. That really hurt. Fortunately, it was worth it. Because not only did he obtain 10 half-saint sword servants, one of them was even a mid-grade half-saint. Besides that, he took all their possessions as well. There were 20,000 extreme-grade energy stones, over 31,000-year-old fire crystals, and quite a bit of other treasures. In total, those miscellaneous treasures were worth around 10 to 20,000 extreme-grade energy stones. It was a windfall. He gained both sword servants and wealth. Yang Yi quickly found a secluded place and started to refine the sword servants. They were very important to him. After all, the defiant profounders were about to emerge and chaotic times were coming. At that time, only strength would be able to guarantee his survival. Moreover, he didn't just have to possess formidable strength, he had to possess powerful forces as well because he had many whom he wished to protect on Profounder Continent. The hallowed grounds could fall into chaos, but he couldn't allow Profounder Continent to fall into chaos as well. The Sword Spirit said solemnly, You must attain the half-saint realm as soon as possible. I'm not even anxious, why are you? He glanced indifferently at her, and then started to concentrate on refining the sword servants. You should realize that both the defiant Profounders and the hallowed grounds aren't your final enemy. Your true enemy is those fellows from the outer heavens. Do you think that you can fight them? I'm not trying to destroy your confidence, but just any expert from there would be sufficient to destroy the entire continent, said the sword spirit in an icy cold voice. Would they dare to come down here? Yang Yi laughed with ridicule and said, Countless people in this world and even the defiant Profounders would be able to instantly attain the Saint Realm if they gained quintessence violet energy. At that time, I refused to believe the outer heavens wouldn't fear a force of over 10,000 Saint Realm experts. Don't be a fool! She suddenly spoke angrily. You really are ignorant. Do you know what the situation is like in the outer heavens? Do you really think the Saint Realm is that formidable? The defiant Profounders were all at the Saint Realm all those years ago. Weren't they still sealed here in the end? Can't you talk nicely? Yang Yi was slightly displeased. The old sword spirit was much more amiable. Amiable? She grunted coldly and said, You must be dreaming. Yan Yi didn't waste another moment on her, and he placed all his concentration onto refining the sword servants. Just like that, a day passed, and Yan Yi had another 10 half-saint sword servants. Coupled with the sword servants he already had, he had 21 half-saint sword servants now, and 2 of them were mid-grade half-saints. Such a force was simply capable of sweeping through a clan that had existed for 10,000 years. Puppets? Half-saint puppets? What a surprise! Suddenly, a voice resounded. Yan Yi and the sword spirit's expressions changed. They turned around to look towards the source of the voice, and saw a middle-aged man who wore a luxurious robe was standing not too far away on their right. How long have you been standing there? Yan Yi stared fixedly at the middle-aged man. Since you started refining those puppets. I continued watching because I was curious. I never expected that an entire day would pass just like that, replied the middle-aged man. An entire day. Both the sword spirit and Yang Yi were astounded. Chapter 764. The middle-aged man seemed to be around the age of 30. He wore a gray and loose robe, and his long hair hung loosely above his shoulder. He seemed to have a rather lazy appearance. Based on his outward appearance, there was nothing very special about the middle-aged man. Actually, he should be described as very ordinary, extremely ordinary. However, both the sword spirit and Yang Yi acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy. After all, had been standing near them for an entire day, but they hadn't noticed him at all. It was especially so for Yang Yi. His expression was extremely solemn right now because the feeling of danger he sensed from the middle-aged man was something he had only sensed from Elder Mu and Lu Yen. So, he was definitely not weaker than the 2 of them. You're the hallowed lord of the hallowed halls? Yang Yi started to circulate his profound energy in secret, while the 21 half-saints and stone of suppression were ready to be utilized at any moment. Meanwhile, the sword spirit's voice resounded within his mind. Don't summon your sword servants. His strength far surpasses mid-grade half-saints. So it's pointless to use your sword servants against him. Acting according to the situation later. Yan Yi's heart shook. He surpasses mid-grade half-saints. In other words, he might be a high-grade half-saint. He's dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Yan Yi's face was unprecedentedly serious. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, They call me Supreme Exaltee. You should have heard of me. Supreme Exaltee. Yang Yi gasped. The hallowed halls had 3 supreme experts. The first was the mysterious hallowed lord, and the other 2 were the supreme exalts. Had thought that the supreme exalts were mid-grade half-saints at most, just like the fire spirit race's patriarch. However, had never imagined that supreme exaltee would be an existence that surpassed mid-grade half-saints. Both the supreme exalts are ranked beneath the hallowed lord. So how formidable would the hallowed lord be? The middle-aged man's gaze suddenly descended upon the sword spirit, and he said, That sword is the key to sealing the Defiant Profounders. Even though she isn't needed to seal the Defiant Profounders anymore, she's still a huge threat to them. So, she must leave with me. The sword spirit's expression changed slightly because she hadn't expected that Supreme Exaltee had actually come for her. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's gaze descended upon Yang Yi, and he said, I originally came for her alone. I never expected that I would encounter you. You're Yang Yi, right? I've heard of you. I never imagined that a genius like you could be born on Profounder Continent. It truly is quite a surprise. Since I've encountered you today, then come back to the hallowed halls with me as well. Why? Asked Yang Yi in a low voice while the profound energy within him was surging like a torrent. The middle-aged man smiled. It would truly be quite a waste to kill you. So, I've decided to change you and make you into a member of my hallowed halls. Of course, you might not be able to escape death if it's truly impossible to change you. After all, you've truly caused too much trouble, and there are many in the hallowed grounds who want to see you dead. Suppress him. Meanwhile, the sword spirit suddenly roared furiously. As soon as the sword spirit spoke, Yang Yi immediately activated the stone of suppression, and a mysterious force appeared here. The middle-aged man's brows knit together slightly. Meanwhile, the sword spirit formed a seal and chanted, "Metal sword! Form! Wood sword! Form! Water sword! Form! Fire sword! Form! Earth sword! Form!" As soon as she finished chanting, a small circular sword formation that was made from 5 different colors appeared beneath Yang Yi and her feet. 5-element sword flight! As soon as she finished speaking, their figures immediately vanished on the spot and appeared 5,000 kilometers away. 5-element sword flight? A smile arose on the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth. Quite interesting. He pointed his finger forward while he spoke. 5,000 kilometers away. Yan Yi and the sword spirit's figure had just appeared here when an enormous finger that could hold up the sky suddenly appeared behind them. The enormous finger contained terrifying force capable of destroying the world, and it hadn't even come into contact with them when the aura it emanated pressed down upon them like 100 mountains, causing them to feel suffocated. Yan Yi knew he couldn't resist this attack, nor could he avoid it. At the critical moment, Yan Yi waved his right hand, and a talisman appeared behind him and the sword spirit. The enormous finger struck it. Bang! The talisman trembled violently while Yan Yi, who stood behind the talisman, instantly spat out over 10 streams of blood essence. Yan Yi was shocked because it was a divine talisman, the divine talisman that Nether Maiden had got for them from that divine talisman master. Had been reluctant to utilize it, but he had no other choice right now. According to Nether Maiden, that talisman was capable of resisting 50% of the strength of any attack. However, he was still heavily injured even after the talisman resisted 50% of that attack's strength. Even if he was wearing the Herculean armor, he still felt like the bones throughout his entire body were on the verge of shattering. So, if he didn't have that divine talisman, then even if that attack couldn't kill him, it would have probably incapacitated him. Supreme Exalt, he was actually that terrifying. Flight! Meanwhile, the sword spirit hurriedly executed the 5-element sword flight technique again, and they vanished once more. As soon as they vanished, the talisman shattered into pieces, and then the space in an area of 3 kilometers around the talisman collapsed. A divine talisman? A trace of surprise flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes as he stood 5,000 kilometers away, and he said, "I never expected that he would actually possess a divine talisman. I'm really quite surprised." As he spoke, he took a step forward, and it only took 2 breaths of time for him to arrive where Yan Yi and the sword spirit stood earlier. 5-element sword flight? Interesting indeed. The middle-aged man took another step forward. At this moment, Yan Yi and the sword spirit were fleeing madly. In less than 10 breaths of time, the sword spirit had executed the 5-element sword flight technique no less than 15 times. Even then, they could still sense that the middle-aged man was behind them, and that feeling they had was growing stronger. It was like he would appear in front of them at any moment. They didn't dare relax at all, so the sword spirit continuously executed her sword flight technique, while Yan Yi was responsible for ceaselessly transferring profound energy to her. He's still following behind us. If this continues, then we'll be exhausted to death even if he doesn't kill us," said the sword spirit in a heavy voice while she continued to execute the 5-element sword flight technique. "Why don't we return to Profounder Continent?" Yang Yi suggested. If they returned to Profounder Continent, then they would naturally have no need to fear the middle-aged man because Elder Mu and Lu Yen were there. Even though the middle-aged man was slightly overwhelmingly strong, he didn't think that the middle-aged man could fight both Elder Mu and Lu Yen. "We won't make it," the sword spirit said. "We've started slowing down while he's speeding up. So long as we stop, then it'll take half a breath of time at most for him to appear before us. Hey, you're a man, so quickly think of a way out of this situation." The sword spirit's voice carried a trace of anger as she finished speaking. "Can you not be so fierce?" Yan Yi glanced at her with displeasure. Because her temper was absolutely terrible when compared to the old sword spirit. "If we're captured, then I'll lose my freedom, but I won't die. You, on the other hand, won't just lose your freedom. Just think about it. How many members of the hallowed grounds have you killed in the past? Would they let you live? So, quickly think of something if you don't want to die. If you really can't think of anything, then I'll have no choice but to use the only method I can think of, said the sword spirit. Yan Yi hurriedly asked, You have a method? What is it? She replied coldly, Leave you here and flee alone. The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched, and he gave her a thumbs up as he said, You really are the best. Actually, I have a way that I'm not certain of. Head towards the left. Go to Nameless City. At this moment, had thought of a person, Yining. He hadn't seen her fight, but he knew that the little girl was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. As for whether she could fight the middle-aged man, he didn't know the answer to that. In any case, he had no other choice, and he could only try it as a last resort. The sword spirit didn't hesitate at all when she heard him, and she immediately changed their direction and fled towards Nameless City. Unless she had no other choice, she didn't want to abandon Yan Yi. After all, she needed an incessant supply of sword intent to improve her strength. Moreover, while she was immune to sword intent and sword energy, she couldn't ceaselessly produce sword intent like humans could. Just less than a breath of time after they vanished, the middle-aged man appeared where they had been, and he gazed towards the direction they were fleeing towards and frowned. The City of Sin? He hesitated for an instant before he strode forward once more. Why are we heading to Nameless City? Asked the sword spirit. The sword spirit was unconscious when he was at Nameless City that day, so she didn't know anything about it. Or it should be said that she only possessed memories of what happened before he left the fire spirit race's territory, and she had no memories of what happened after that. To look for help, of course, said Yang Yi. She glanced at him and said, I hope your help is strong enough. They vanished once more after she finished speaking. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Nameless City. They didn't fly straight into it but walked through the entrance instead. Because according to the sword spirit, there was a grand formation in the air above the city, and it was formidable to the point that even she couldn't get through it. They just arrived at Nameless City when a fat man obstructed their path. He held a pair of axes in his hands, and he glared fiercely at them and said, I own this path. If you want to enter the city, then leave some money. Fuck the hell off. How could Yang Yi have any time to waste on the fatty? He casually swung his fist forward, and the powerful force it carried blasted the fatty flying. Meanwhile, their figures flashed and instantly vanished on the spot. At the same time, Yang Yi led the way, and they raised their speed to its maximum as they shot towards the Tower of Buddha. Bastard! The fatty crawled up from the rubble created from the collision between him and the ground, and then he returned to the entrance of the city. However, he didn't even see a shadow flash by before a middle-aged man arrived at the entrance. The fatty thought the middle-aged man was a companion of the previous two people, and he immediately flared up. His figure flashed over to the middle-aged man while he swiftly swung his axes down, and he roared furiously. My fucking axes are thirsty for blood! However, the axes stopped just over 10 centimeters away from the middle-aged man's head. Chapter 765. The middle-aged man glanced indifferently at the fatty, and then he took a step forward and vanished on the spot. Clang! The fatty's axes fell to the ground. At this moment, his face was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with extreme terror. He was at the 9th rank of the monarch realm, so he was absolutely no fool. Just that glance from the middle-aged man had caused his soul to tremble with fear. Moreover, the middle-aged man had vanished from his field of vision with just a single step. He knew very well that seemingly ordinary middle-aged man was much more terrifying than the young man who smashed him flying with a single punch. No, he felt that middle-aged man was even more terrifying than the boss of his boss. Damn it! I'm not doing this anymore. No more! The fatty didn't even pick up his axes. He immediately turned around and fled. Yan Yi and the sword spirit arrived before the Tower of Buddha, and a middle-aged man appeared in front of them right when they arrived before its entrance. Yan Yes' expression changed, and he hurriedly say, "Ineen, I brought food for you." "Really?" A voice that carried pleasant surprise resounded from within the tower. After that, Ineen appeared before Yang Yi and the sword spirit. She was able to see Ineen because she wasn't a living being, and it was exactly the reason why a solemn expression appeared on her face. It was even to the extent that deep fear appeared in her eyes. Yan Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Ineen, and then he hurriedly led the sword spirit over to Ineen and said, "Ineen, help Big Brother with something, alright?" As he spoke, he pointed at the middle-aged man and said, "That fellow has been chasing Big Brother for a very long time, and I can't fight him. Help me beat him up, alright?" Ineen blinked, and then she gazed at the middle-aged man and said, "He can't see me." At this moment, the middle-aged man frowned. Because as far as he was concerned, Yan Yi was talking to the air. It didn't take long for the middle-aged man to swipe 2 of his fingers against his eyes. This time, he saw the little girl who stood by Yan Yi's side. "He can see me now," Ineen spoke again. The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched fiercely. Obviously, the middle-aged man was that second type of person, one who possessed extremely formidable strength. "The outer heavens!" The middle-aged man gazed at Ineen for a short while before he spoke these words. Ineen gazed at him for a short while, and then she looked at Yang Yi and said, "Big Brother, you can't push Ineen into such a trap. He's so formidable. Ineen might not be able to eat him." Yang Yi raised a finger and said, 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones. Ineen, help me make him leave, alright?" Yinyan's eyes blinked swiftly, and there was even a trace of excitement in her eyes. However, it wasn't long before she shook her head and said, "He's very strong, and Ineen has no hands. Ineen will be bullied by him." Yang Yi raised a second finger and said, "Ineen, it's everything I have. If you're still unwilling to help me, then you can just eat me. Dying at your hands is better than being captured and tortured by him. Deal." A wisp of slyness flashed through her eyes. Yan Yi's face twitched. "She isn't just a glutton, she's a trap." The middle-aged man spoke abruptly. "I'll give you 30,000 extreme-grade energy stones to let me take him." Yan Yi's heart tightened as he gazed at Ineen. The latter grinned and said, "Give me 30,000 and I'll let you leave, alright?" The middle-aged man said, "I'm not willing to fight you, but it doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you." As he spoke, he raised a finger and pointed it towards Ineen. In an instant, the space before Ineen was torn apart, and then an enormous finger shot out from within towards Ineen. Yan Yi and the sword spirit watched with astonishment as Ineen suddenly opened her little mouth. However, at the instant she did that, an enormous mouth that was over 1 kilometer wide suddenly appeared in front of her, and it swallowed the enormous finger. The enormous mouth vanished once it swallowed the enormous finger, and Ineen closed her mouth as well. After that, she greedily took a deep breath. Both Yan Yi and the sword spirit's expressions changed drastically. Now, he finally knew how terrifying she was. Because that same attack from the middle-aged man had almost instantly killed both him and the sword spirit just now, yet now, Shed dealt with it with such ease. At this moment, Yang Yi felt very fortunate. He felt very fortunate that he hadn't acted against her. Otherwise, he would have died before he even realized it. At the same time, he felt much better because it wasn't a humiliation to be robbed by her. I'm very angry now. Ineen took 2 steps forward. However, it was exactly these 2 steps which made the entire city tremble, and it was like an earthquake had occurred. At this moment, countless people within the city were shocked, and all sorts of experts shot their gazes towards the Tower of Buddha. Ineen opened her little mouth slightly. At the same time, an enormous mouth that blotted out the sky appeared in the air. The sky instantly darkened, and it seemed like even the heavens feared it. Ineen took another light step with her right foot. Bang! The entire ground cracked apart, while countless arm-thick cracks started spreading swiftly towards the surroundings, and it didn't even stop after reaching the ends of Yang Yi and the sword spirit's vision. The enormous mouth in midair shot towards the middle-aged man. At this moment, the enormous mouth didn't feel like it intended to eat the middle-aged man, it seemed like it intended to eat the entire city. The middle-aged man had a solemn expression in his eyes while he watched it descend towards him, and then he raised his hands. Suddenly, he slapped both his palms upward, and two enormous palms formed from his energy and flashed up into the air. The energy palms were unlike any other energy palms Yang Yi had seen in the past. They actually formed a circular shape as they shot up towards the enormous mouth, and the might they carried instantly multiplied by over 10 times. Bang! The enormous mouth and palms collided, and an explosion that shook the sky resounded through the city. Both attacks instantly shattered apart, and countless waves of energy swept towards the surroundings at a speed that wasn't visible to the eye. Everywhere they passed, space was instantly torn apart, and numerous huge spatial rifts appeared in the sky. Hell's finger! Suddenly, the middle-aged man's voice resounded once more, and then 10 enormous fingers appeared in front of Enin. The fingers didn't strike her. They trembled slightly instead before merging into one, and they formed a huge golden finger that was over 300 m long and over 10 m wide. The middle-aged man pointed lightly at Enin, and the golden finger instantly transformed into a ray of golden light that smashed down towards Enin. Tear! Yinyan's clear and melodious voice resounded, and then the space before her instantly warped. After that, it was like the space itself had been sliced apart by a sharp divine weapon, and it started to tear apart. Hiss! 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 The golden finger hadn't even arrived in front of her before it was torn into thousands of pieces along with the space in front of Enin. The middle-aged man didn't launch another attack, and he just gazed at Enin. Meanwhile, Enin didn't open her mouth, she just gazed at him as well. At this moment, the naive expression on her face and her smile had both vanished. There was only an icy cold expression and boundless killing intent. I must take them with me today! The middle-aged man took a step forward. Along with this action, Yang Yi and the others noticed to their astonishment that the space within an area of a few hundred kilometers actually started trembling violently. At the same time, the spirit energy in an area of 500 kilometers was completely sucked away. Big brother, those rocks aren't enough. Can you give me more? Enin suddenly turned around to look at Yang Yi and smiled sweetly. As many as you want. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. However, I have to owe you for now. Because I don't have that much. All right. She smiled again, and then she turned around to look at the middle-aged man. Ill. Eat. You. As soon as she finished speaking, her face suddenly turned ferocious, and she opened her mouth. Heaven! Devourer! Bang! In an instant, the entire sky dimmed down. Yang Yi and the others were astounded by this development. He raised his head and looked up into the sky, and he noticed that an enormous mouth that covered the sky had appeared in the air above the city. The mouth was extraordinarily huge, and both Yang Yi and the sword's spirit weren't able to lay eyes on its ends. Roar! The enormous mouth roared furiously, and then the entire city beneath it started trembling once more while countless buildings transformed into powder. All the experts within the city were horrified, and countless people started fleeing madly out of the city. Yang Yi and the sword's spirit watched this scene with shock. At this moment, Yang Yi was beyond shocked. He hadn't imagined that Yinyan's strength was actually at such an extent. He suddenly recalled something Enin had said to him in the past. Had asked her how strong she was, and Shed said that she could eat the entire city. Had even thought that she was joking then. Yet now, the facts before his eyes told him that she wasn't joking at all. She could really eat the entire city. At this instant, Yang Yi felt that his strength was still weak, and it wasn't just slightly weak. At the very least, he was absolutely no match for the middle-aged man or Enin. Had thought that he was on the verge of coming into contact with the peak of this world. But when he witnessed their battle, he finally realized and understood that his strength was far from that. Not to mention the outer heavens, even this world had many existences who were far stronger than him. A savage expression flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes when he saw the enormous mouth, and he slowly stretched out his hands in opposite directions. Moreover, an extremely powerful fluctuation of energy was coming from his palms. As the fluctuation of energy appeared, the space around him started to surge. It was like an ocean that was being struck by a storm, and it was extremely horrifying. Cosmos! The middle-aged man's voice resounded. Chapter 766. The battle won't continue. The sword spirit spoke solemnly. Yang Yi nodded. Regardless of whether it was Yi Nin or the middle-aged man, the destruction their strength could cause was sufficient to destroy the entire city, and when both of them fought, it was entirely capable of transforming the city into powder. However, there were many other formidable existences within the city. As expected, a blind old man appeared between Yi Nin and the middle-aged man when they were about to completely destroy the city. "Little girl, that's enough. Otherwise, Nameless City will be destroyed," said the blind old man. "He bullied me," replied Yi Nin. The blind old man shook his head slightly, and then he gazed at the middle-aged man and said, "Supreme Exaltee, I wonder if the agreement between your hallowed lord and our Nameless City is still in effect? If it isn't, then leave something behind today. If it is, then leave. You'll consider the incident between you and Yi Nin as a spar. They are wanted by my hallowed halls." The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and the sword spirit. "You shouldn't have let them enter Nameless City," said the blind old man. "They are of no use to you." The middle-aged man stared the old man in the eye. The old man shook his head and said, "Since she wants to protect them, then they are members of our city. Supreme Exaltee, please leave. If you intend to try and take them by force, then allow me to be frank. Your strength alone is insufficient." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "I understand. Don't worry. If I return, then trust me, you'll definitely be unable to stop me." As he spoke, he turned around, took a step forward, and vanished on the spot. Once the middle-aged man left, the city instantly calmed down once more, and Yi Nin withdrew the enormous mouth that covered the sky. The old man suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, "One night. Both of you must leave Nameless City tomorrow. If you refuse, then I'll send you out myself." "Blind Grandpa." Yi Nin wanted to say something, but the old man just shook his head and said, "Little girl, I didn't make compromise with Supreme Exaltee because of you. Our city doesn't interfere in the matters outside the city. We can be considered to have broken the rules this time." The old man's figure flashed and vanished. Yi Nin turned around and gazed at Yang Yi before she said, "I'm sorry. Both of you really have to leave. Because we have an agreement with the hallowed grounds, and we can't interfere with anything outside the city. At the same time, they can't interfere in our city as well. But both of you don't belong to Nameless City. Moreover, it seems like a bunch of baddies are coming. So, Blind Grandpa and the others will absolutely not enter into conflict with the people from outside the city." Yang Yi nodded and said, "I understand. Yi Nin, thank you." As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and said, "Yi Nin, can you take us somewhere quiet? I want to ask you some things." She blinked and then nodded. In the Tower of Buddha. Yang Yi and the sword spirit had just walked into Yin Yin's room when the sword spirit suddenly crashed to the ground. Yang Yi was shocked, and he hurriedly supported her and said, "What's wrong?" "She has definitely exhausted too much of her strength." Yi Nin spoke abruptly. Yang Yi suddenly came to an understanding. Had almost forgotten that the sword spirit had executed the 5-element sword flight technique for a few hundred times earlier. Even 2 half-saints couldn't endure such a crazy exhaustion of energy. "It'll be fine with some rest." The sword spirit transformed back into the ancient sheath and sword precursor that hung on Yang Yi's waist. "Big brother, what did you want to ask me?" Yi Nin sat on the bed while she shook her legs slowly. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he noticed that her room was very simple. There was nothing within it. There was only a single bed, and besides a tattered doll which sat on the bed, there wasn't anything else. Yang Yi recalled what Nether Maiden had said about the people who came here from the outer heavens had sad pasts. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel emotional. He didn't know what Enin had experienced, but he was clearly aware that it was definitely not something good. Yang Yi walked over to her side and sat by her side. He gazed at her empty sleeves and said, Enin, you should definitely be able to regrow your limbs with your current strength. Why haven't you restored your arms? Yin Yin's face darkened when she heard this, and then she shook her head and said, It's impossible. Yin Yin's arms were chopped off by a very, very, very strong person. An energy that surpasses the laws of this world remained there. So, it's impossible for me to grow new arms. Unless I have something with healing properties that surpasses the laws of this world, otherwise, I can only restore them once I go back up there. But Enin doesn't want to go back. Why? Yang Yi was quite curious. Because the final goal of everyone, including the defiant Profounders and hallowed grounds, was to return to the outer heavens. Because only there could they obtain quintessence violet energy, and only by obtaining quintessence violet energy could they break through and become true saints. Enin lowered her head and pondered deeply for a short while. There are many bad people up there. Yin Yin's mother was killed by them, and they even chopped off Yin Yin's arms before throwing Enin down into this world. They even called Enin a bastard and said that Yin Yin's mother is shameless. But Yin Yin's mother is clearly a very good person. Why did they do that to Mother? Why did they do that to Enin? Why? Why? As she finished speaking, monstrous resentment and rage surged explosively from her. At the same time, the space around her actually cracked apart, and seemed like it would shatter at any moment. Yang Yi was astounded and hurriedly said, Enin! Calm down, calm down! Don't act impulsively! It took quite a while for her to calm down once more. However, she didn't speak another word and just kept her head lowered. Yang Yi sighed softly, sat closer to her, and then hesitated for a moment before he said, Enin, I might be able to restore your arms. However, you have to promise me that you can't tell anyone about it. All right? Enin raised her head and gazed at Yang Yi for quite some time before she finally spoke. Really? Her voice carried a trace of uncertainty. Yang Yi nodded and said, But you can't tell anyone else. Otherwise, Big Brother will be pursued to his death. Enin nodded forcefully. Yang Yi took a deep breath, pressed his hands on her shoulders, and then violet profound energy within him that carried primordial violet energy slowly flowed into Enin. What sort of energy was the primordial violet energy? He had no doubt that it definitely surpassed the laws of this world. It could allow half-saints to become saints. So, as far as Yang Yi was concerned, it was truly not difficult at all for it to restore Yin Yin's arms. Of course, he was taking a risk. Because if Enin aroused ill intent or betrayed him, then he would truly be finished. Yang Yi knew that he was being quite impulsive, but he stopped hesitating when he saw how she was just now. Moreover, he had to repay her for helping him earlier. After all, she only had to agree and she could obtain 30,000 extreme-grade energy stones from the middle-aged man, but she chose to refuse it. That was the main reason why he had decided to help her. At the moment the violet energy entered into her body, Yin Yin's eyes instantly opened wide, and her eyes were filled with shock, excitement, happiness, and so on and so forth. However, a powerful force suddenly surged out from her shoulders and shot towards Yang Yi's hands. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically. He didn't even have the chance to stop before he was blasted flying, and his figure smashed against the wall. Yin Yin's pupils constricted. She flashed over to Yang Yi and said, Big Brother, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. She wanted to explain yet didn't know how to do so. In the end, she was so anxious that she started crying. Yang Yi stood up after spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, and then he stretched out his hand and wiped off her tears. Don't cry. I know it wasn't you. As he spoke, he gazed at her shoulders and said, It was the remaining energy from that person who severed your arms. When he spoke up to this point, a very serious expression could be seen in Yang Yi's eyes. After all, he was practically unable to resist just a strand of remaining energy. How strong are the people of the outer heavens? How do they compare to that old man I met in the primordial pagoda? Yan Yi shook his head and then lowered his head to gaze at Yinin. Meanwhile, Yinin revealed a smile and said, "Thank you for believing me, big brother." Yan Yi felt quite moved. He placed his hands onto her shoulders again and said, "It should be fine this time. It'll transfer that energy into your body, and you utilize it to restore your arms, alright?" She nodded. Yan Yi transferred his profound energy into her again. As he sent his profound energy into her body, Yin's arms started to grow out slowly, and her face was covered with excitement. Around an hour passed before Yang Yi withdrew his hands, and then he smiled. "Alright, you can move them." At this moment, Yin's previously empty sleeves had arms within them. Yinin gazed at her hands with excitement. They were very small and pure white. She was clearly not used to her new hands, and she started moving her fingers slowly as if she was terribly afraid of using too much force and breaking them. "I really have hands! I really do!" Yin's tears flowed down incessantly as she gazed at her hands. However, her face was covered in a smile of wild joy. In the beginning, she started clapping her hands together lightly. In the end, she was swinging them incessantly while touching every single part of them. After a long moment of joy and excitement, Yinin stopped, and then she walked over to Yan Yi and embraced him as she said, "Big brother, that energy you gave Yinin was quintessence violet energy, right?" Yan Yi's figure stiffened. 1. For a bit more clarity, the author uses quintessence violet energy when it's mentioned by others from the continent or outer heavens, yet uses primordial violet energy when it's mentioned by Yan Yi or the little girl in the primordial pagoda. Chapter 767. Did I make a bad bet? Right when this thought had just arisen within Yan Yi's mind, Yinin released him from her embrace and spoke in an extremely serious manner. "Big brother, you absolutely must not allow others to know that you possess quintessence violet energy. Otherwise, numerous old fellows in the city will eat you up. All of them are very formidable. Especially blind grandpa and that freak without a head. Big brother, you're definitely unable to fight them right now." Yan Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief. "I was right to trust her." Yan Yi smiled, and then he stretched out his hand to rub her head. "Big brother is naturally aware of that. That's why I asked you not to tell anyone. Otherwise, big brother will definitely die." Yinin spoke very solemnly. "Yinin won't tell any more." Yan Yi nodded and said, "I trust you." As he spoke, he suddenly started sizing her up. Besides her newly grown arms that were pure white and clean, her face and neck were both covered in a layer of dirt. Especially her hair, it seemed like it hadn't been washed for months and was stuck together. Moreover, her clothes weren't just tattered, they were exceptionally dirty. In short, Yinin seemed like a little beggar. "Yinin, why don't you bathe?" asked Yan Yi. "Bathe?" She blinked and said. "How?" Yan Yi was speechless. Yinin continued, "Big brother, teach me how, alright?" "Yinin, you don't know how to bathe?" asked Yan Yi. She shook her head in response. "No one taught Yinin how?" Yan Yi suddenly asked. "Why do you eat people?" She replied as a matter of course. "Because I'm hungry." "You eat people because you're hungry?" Yan Yi was quite stunned. "Then what should I eat?" She replied with a question. Yan Yi was at a total loss for words. A short while passed before Yan Yi struck himself on the forehead. Because had guessed correctly. Yin's actions were done entirely out of instinct. She was like a little wild beast. She ate when she was hungry and killed when she faced danger. The reason she was like that was entirely because no one had taught her what to do. Of course, no one dared to teach her as well. After all, her strength was truly too terrifying. Moreover, ordinary people weren't even able to see her, while those who could either feared her or were eaten by her. Yan Yi rubbed her head and said, "Yinin, how old are you now?" She thought for a long time before she answered, "I don't know. In any case, I've been here for many years." Yan Yi took Yin's hand and fell silent for a short while. Meanwhile, tempestuous waves of shock were surging through his heart because Yin's age was actually similar to her outer appearance. She was around 10 years old at most. Because her bones weren't more than 10 years old. She wasn't an old living fossil that had rejuvenated her youth. She was only 10 yet possessed such terrifying strength. Yan Yi took quite some time to suppress the shock within him, and then he asked, "Yinyin, how are you so strong?" Yinyin fell silent. Yan Yi smiled. "It's fine if you don't want to tell me." After all, every single person had their own secrets, and so did he. So, he understood it well. She suddenly raised her head and said, "Grandpa Whitebird said that I shouldn't tell any ordinary person. Big brother is just like mother, you're not an ordinary person. So I can tell you, right?" Yan Yi's eyelids twitched. Grandpa Whitebird? Obviously, it was another heaven-defying figure. Yinyin said, "Yinyin encountered Grandpa Whitebird when I could just walk. He said that Yinyin possessed some sort of devourer physique that can devour all energy. Once it rises to a certain extent, it can even devour space, the world, and the cosmos. In short, it can devour all material energy. Even though Yinyin doesn't understand it, Yinyin can sense that it seemed to be quite powerful. It's capable of devouring space, the world, the cosmos, and all material energy." Yan Yi felt that even his hands were trembling slightly. Yinyin continued, "Grandpa Whitebeard said he couldn't bear to kill me, and then he placed a cultivation technique called the Heaven Devourer technique within me and asked me to cultivate well. Besides that, he said he hoped that I would be able to encounter a technique or person that can restrain my physique. In the end, he rubbed my head and vanished." Yan Yi rubbed Yinyin's head again and said, "That's a fortuitous encounter of yours. But why did those bad people kill your mother? And why did they do that to you?" Yan Yi was still unable to figure it out. Because whichever clan obtained a genius like Yinyin would definitely treat her like a god, and they would even sacrifice their entire clan to protect her. After all, so long as a genius like her was able to grow, she would be capable of bringing prosperity to the entire clan. Yinyin lowered her head and fell silent for quite some time. "They said Yinyin is an illegitimate daughter, they said mother is shameless, and they said Yinyin is a monster that makes the cultivations of others regress." When she spoke up to this point, she suddenly looked up at Yan Yi and said with an aggrieved expression, "But I didn't devour them. But they still killed mother and chopped off my hands. They intended to kill me as well, but Yinyin's aunt wanted Yinyin to live a life worse than death and threw Yinyin down here." As she finished speaking, her voice grew softer and softer, while tears flowed ceaselessly down her face. Yan Yi sighed softly and spoke in a gentle tone. "Don't think about all of that. Start over from today." He didn't urge her to take revenge because it might bring harm to her instead. Moreover, he didn't have the strength to help her as well. The only thing he could do now was to allow her to become more normal and happier. After he finished listening to her, Yan Yi firmed his resolve to become stronger without end. He was determined to become strong to the point that none could harm him. This was how the world was. If one had no strength, then one would be at the mercy of others. Principles? Rules? Laws? Those were things used to restrict the weak. Yan Yi pinched Yinyin's cheek and said, "Wait here for me. I'll be right back." She nodded and said, "You must return." She had a slight and indescribable feeling of reliance towards Yan Yi. Yan Yi smiled, and then his figure vanished on the spot. Around 10 minutes passed before Yan Yi returned to Yinyin's room. A bath barrel appeared with a flip of his palm, and it was even filled with water. He gazed at her and said, "Take off your clothes." Yinyin didn't hesitate to take everything off. Yan Yi naturally didn't have any other thoughts. He was no animal, and he took her to be like his sister, just like little Yao and Bao. Yan Yi carried her up and placed her into the bath barrel, and then he said, "Wash yourself. It has to be completely clean, understand?" She nodded with seeming to be quite dazed, and then she started to get to work. Yan Yi took a glance out the window, and he noticed that dawn had almost arrived. "Big brother, I'm done." Meanwhile, Yinyin suddenly appeared in front of Yan Yi. Yan Yi glanced at her, and then he couldn't help but shake his head. "Let me do it!" Another 10 minutes passed before Yan Yi carried Enin out of the bath barrel, and then he took out the new clothes had bought. Which one do you like? She looked at them for a very long time before she pointed at a green dress. Yan Yi nodded and helped her get into it. After she had cleaned herself up, Enin was like a perfectly sculpted doll. She seemed cute and lively, and it was obvious that she would grow up into a drop-dead gorgeous woman. Yan Yi withdrew a spatial ring and passed it to her. I bought a huge amount of food for you and placed it in there. It should be enough for you to eat for a very long time. You're not allowed to eat people anymore, understand? She nodded in response. Yan Yi continued. Besides food, there's a huge amount of clothes in there as well. In any case, I bought you a lot of things. You can slowly look through them later. Remember to bathe every single day. You're not allowed to be dirty like before, all right? She nodded again. Yan Yi was about to say something else when Enin suddenly raised her head, and she looked at him and said, Big brother, you're leaving? Yan Yi was slightly stunned, and then he nodded. She suddenly said, Big brother, I'll go with you. Yan Yi shook his head. Why? Enin was quite sad. Yan Yi sighed softly and said, You belong to Nameless City while you're here. So, even if that big bad fellow from before brings a huge number of experts here with him, he still wouldn't be able to do anything to you because the others here would help you. But if you leave with me, then you wouldn't belong to Nameless City anymore. Moreover, you'd even be swept into the enmity between me and the hallowed grounds. I would be dragging you down with me. He didn't doubt Yunyan's strength. But if she lost the help of the others within the city, then she would absolutely be unable to fight the hallowed halls on her own. Yan Yi did want her to come with him. After all, she was very strong, and she would be a huge help to the Southern Territory. However, he couldn't act selfishly and drag her down with him. Moreover, he would definitely rely on her if he had her by his side, and that was very harmful to his own growth. Yan Yi rubbed her head and said, Don't be sad. I'm not leaving forever. They'll come look for you once I've dealt with what I need to do, all right? You must return. She gazed very seriously at him and said, Big brother, I'll go look for you if you don't come back. I promise. Yan Yi smiled, rubbed her head, and then vanished on the spot. She gazed at the direction Yan Yi left towards for a short while, and then she turned around and returned to her bed. She took off the red string with the spatial ring that Yan Yi gave her that day, and she placed the new spatial ring Yan Yi gave her with it. After that, she placed it back around her neck before she lay down on her bed, and a faint smile appeared on her face. The first glimmer of dawn still hadn't descended, yet Yan Yi had left the city. However, a person obstructed his path right after he left the city. It wasn't Supreme Exalt but Nether Maiden. She gazed at him and said, Should I call you Yan Yi or Yang Man? Chapter 767 Nether Maiden vs. Yang Yi Part 1/3. Chapter 767 Nether Maiden vs. Yang Yi Part 1/3. Did I make a bad bet? Right when this thought had just arisen within Yang Yi's mind, Enin released him from her embrace and spoke in an extremely serious manner. Big brother, you absolutely must not allow others to know that you possess quintessence violet energy. Otherwise, numerous old fellows in the city will eat you up. All of them are very formidable. Especially Blind Grandpa and that freak without a head. Big brother, you're definitely unable to fight them right now. Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief. I was right to trust her. Yang Yi smiled, and then he stretched out his hand to rub her head. Big brother is naturally aware of that. That's why I asked you not to tell anyone. Otherwise, Big brother will definitely die. Enin spoke very solemnly. Enin won't tell any more. Yang Yi nodded and said, I trust you. As he spoke, he suddenly started sizing her up. Besides her newly grown arms that were pure white and clean, her face and neck were both covered in a layer of dirt. Especially her hair, it seemed like it hadn't been washed for months and was stuck together. Moreover, her clothes weren't just tattered, they were exceptionally dirty. In short, Enin seemed like a little beggar. Enin, why don't you bathe? Asked Yang Yi. Bathe? She blinked and said, How? Yang Yi was speechless. Yi continued. Big brother, teach me how, alright? Yi, you don't know how to bathe? Asked Yang Yi. She shook her head in response. No one taught Yi how? Yang Yi suddenly asked. Why do you eat people? She replied as a matter of course. Because I'm hungry. You eat people because you're hungry? Yang Yi was quite stunned. Then what should I eat? She replied with a question. Yang Yi was at a total loss for words. A short while passed before Yang Yi struck himself on the forehead. Because he'd guessed correctly. Yinin's actions were done entirely out of instinct. She was like a little wild beast. She ate when she was hungry and killed when she faced danger. The reason she was like that was entirely because no one had taught her what to do. Of course, no one dared to teach her as well. After all, her strength was truly too terrifying. Moreover, ordinary people weren't even able to see her, while those who could either feared her or were eaten by her. Yang Yi rubbed her head and said, Yi, how old are you now? She thought for a long time before she answered. I don't know. In any case, I've been here for many years. Yang Yi took Yinin's hand and fell silent for a short while. Meanwhile, tempestuous waves of shock were surging through his heart because Yinin's age was actually similar to her outer appearance. She was around 10 years old at most. Because her bones weren't more than 10 years old. She wasn't an old living fossil that had rejuvenated her youth. She was only 10 yet possessed such terrifying strength. Yang Yi took quite some time to suppress the shock within him, and then he asked, Yi, how are you so strong? Yi fell silent. Yang Yi smiled. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. After all, every single person had their own secrets, and so did he. So he understood it well. She suddenly raised her head and said, Grandpa Whitebeard said that I shouldn't tell any ordinary person. Big brother is just like mother, you're not an ordinary person. So I can tell you, right? Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. Grandpa Whitebeard? Obviously, it was another heaven-defying figure. Yi said. Yi encountered Grandpa Whitebeard when I could just walk. He said that Yi possessed some sort of devourer physique that can devour all energy. Once it rises to a certain extent, it can even devour space, the world, and the cosmos. In short, it can devour all material energy. Even though Yi doesn't understand it, Yi can sense that it seemed to be quite powerful. It's capable of devouring space, the world, the cosmos, and all material energy. Yang Yi felt that even his hands were trembling slightly. Yi continued. Grandpa Whitebeard said he couldn't bear to kill me, and then he placed a cultivation technique called the Heaven Devourer technique within me and asked me to cultivate well. Besides that, he said he hoped that I would be able to encounter a technique or person that can restrain my physique. In the end, he rubbed my head and vanished. Yang Yi rubbed Yinin's head again and said, That's a fortuitous encounter of yours. But why did those bad people kill your mother? And why did they do that to you? Yang Yi was still unable to figure it out. Because whichever clan obtained a genius like Yinin would definitely treat her like a god, and they would even sacrifice their entire clan to protect her. After all, so long as a genius like her was able to grow, she would be capable of bringing prosperity to the entire clan. Yinin lowered her head and fell silent for quite some time. They said Yinin is an illegitimate daughter, they said mother is shameless, and they said Yinin is a monster that makes the cultivations of others regress. When she spoke up to this point, she suddenly looked up at Yang Yi and said with an aggrieved expression, But I didn't devour them. But they still killed mother and chopped off my hands. They intended to kill me as well, but Yinin's aunt wanted Yinin to live a life worse than death and threw Yinin down here. As she finished speaking, her voice grew softer and softer, while tears flowed ceaselessly down her face. Yang Yi sighed softly and spoke in a gentle tone. Don't think about all of that. Start over from today. He didn't urge her to take revenge because it might bring harm to her instead. Moreover, he didn't have the strength to help her as well. The only thing he could do now was to allow her to become more normal and happier. After he finished listening to her, Yang Yi firmed his resolve to become stronger without end. He was determined to become strong to the point that none could harm him. This was how the world was. If one had no strength, then one would be at the mercy of others. Principles? Rules? Laws? Those were things used to restrict the weak. Yan Yi pinched Yinin's cheek and said, "Wait here for me. I'll be right back." She nodded and said, "You must return." She had a slight and indescribable feeling of reliance towards Yan Yi. Yan Yi smiled, and then his figure vanished on the spot. Around 10 minutes passed before Yan Yi returned to Yinin's room. A bath barrel appeared with a flip of his palm, and it was even filled with water. He gazed at her and said, "Take off your clothes." Yinin didn't hesitate to take everything off. Yan Yi naturally didn't have any other thoughts. He was no animal, and he took her to be like his sister, just like little Yao and Bao. Yan Yi carried her up and placed her into the bath barrel, and then he said, "Wash yourself. It has to be completely clean, understand?" She nodded with seeming to be quite dazed, and then she started to get to work. Yan Yi took a glance out the window, and he noticed that dawn had almost arrived. "Big brother, I'm done!" Meanwhile, Yinin suddenly appeared in front of Yan Yi. Yan Yi glanced at her, and then he couldn't help but shake his head. "Let me do it!" Another 10 minutes passed before Yan Yi carried Yinin out of the bath barrel, and then he took out the new clothes he'd bought. "Which one do you like?" She looked at them for a very long time before she pointed at a green dress. Yan Yi nodded and helped her get into it. After she cleaned herself up, Yinin was like a perfectly sculpted doll. She seemed cute and lively, and it was obvious that she would grow up into a drop-dead gorgeous woman. Yan Yi withdrew a spatial ring and passed it to her. "I bought a huge amount of food for you and placed it in there. It should be enough for you to eat for a very long time. You're not allowed to eat people anymore, understand?" She nodded in response. Yan Yi continued, "Besides food, there's a huge amount of clothes in there as well. In any case, I bought you a lot of things. You can slowly look through them later. Remember to bathe every single day. You're not allowed to be dirty like before, all right?" She nodded again. Yan Yi was about to say something else when Yinin suddenly raised her head, and she looked at him and said, "Big brother, you're leaving?" Yan Yi was slightly stunned, and then he nodded. She suddenly said, "Big brother, I'll go with you." Yan Yi shook his head. "Why?" Yinin was quite sad. Yan Yi sighed softly and said, "You belong to Nameless City while you're here. So, even if that big bad fellow from before brings a huge number of experts here with him, he still wouldn't be able to do anything to you because the others here would help you. But if you leave with me, then you wouldn't belong to Nameless City anymore. Moreover, you'd even be swept into the enmity between me and the hallowed grounds. I would be dragging you down with me." He didn't doubt Yinin's strength. But if she lost the help of the others within the city, then she would absolutely be unable to fight the hallowed halls on her own. Yan Yi did want her to come with him. After all, she was very strong, and she would be a huge help to the Southern Territory. However, he couldn't act selfishly and drag her down with him. Moreover, he would definitely rely on her if he had her by his side, and that was very harmful to his own growth. Yan Yi rubbed her head and said, "Don't be sad. I'm not leaving forever. I'll come look for you once I've dealt with what I need to do, all right? You must return." She gazed very seriously at him and said, "Big brother, I'll go look for you if you don't come back. I promise." Yan Yi smiled, rubbed her head, and then vanished on the spot. She gazed at the direction Yan Yi left towards for a short while, and then she turned around and returned to her bed. She took off the red string with the spatial ring that Yan Yi gave her that day, and she placed the new spatial ring Yan Yi gave her with it. After that, she placed it back around her neck before she lay down on her bed, and a faint smile appeared on her face. The first glimmer of dawn still hadn't descended, yet Yan Yi had left the city. However, a person obstructed his path right after he left the city. It wasn't Supreme Exalt he but Nether Maiden. She gazed at him and said, "Should I call you Yan Yi or Yao Man?" Chapter 768. Haven't you known from the beginning? Yan Yi stood on the spot and looked straight at her. Had thought that it would be Supreme Exalt he who would be waiting here for him, or even another extraordinary expert of the hallowed halls. Had never expected it to be Nether Maiden, and he really was quite surprised. She said, I recognized you at first glance. Because nothing in this world can deceive my eyes. Do you know why I didn't expose you and even helped you repeatedly? That's what I'm really curious about, replied Yang Yi. Nether Maiden said. The profounder continent of the past was something that the hallowed grounds could destroy in an instant. But it's different now. Because it has two figures that even my hallowed grounds has to treat with care. Coupled with the fact that the entire continent has been united, profounder continent can pose a certain level of threat to my hallowed grounds. Especially when the defiant profounders are about to emerge from the seal. You want me to lead profounder continent to side with the hallowed grounds? Asked Yang Yi. She shook her head and said, I'm not that naive. I told you once before. If the people of this world want to live, then they must kill the defiant profounders. Unless they are killed, you and everyone on profounder continent will die. Of course, that includes my hallowed grounds as well. So long as the defiant profounders aren't killed, all of us will be buried with them. In my opinion, we should join forces against them. I don't know if the defiant profounders will be killed. What I do know is the hallowed grounds wanted me dead in the past, and it still wants me dead now, said Yang Yi. She gazed at him for a short while and said, I'll give you one final chance. Agree to lead profounder continent to side with the hallowed grounds. Trust me, it's your last chance. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the Herculean hammer appeared in his right grasp. Moreover, the Mage Force shield appeared on his left hand. This is my answer. Nether Maiden, I'll leave him to you. A voice resounded from the horizon. Yang Yi recognized that voice as Supreme Exalt He, but he was puzzled because Supreme Exalt He had left. Nether Maiden closed her eyes slowly and said, You've given up your last chance. The hallowed grounds doesn't want to be stabbed in the back by profounder continent, while it's in battle with the defiant profounders. So, the hallowed lord has torn open a spatial passageway to profounder continent. The Supreme Exalts, 10 mid-grade half-saints, and over 100 ordinary half-saints are on the way to profounder continent. They'll arrive in a day from now. You should be aware of the consequences. As soon as she finished speaking, 20 white-robed old men appeared by her side. They were half-saints, every single one of them, and there were even 3 mid-grade half-saints amongst them. At this moment, Yan Yi's attention wasn't on those half-saints at all. Only what Nether Maiden said remained in his mind. The 2 Supreme Exalts and all those half-saints are heading for profounder continent. Would Lu Yen and Elder Mu be able to stop them? Nether Maiden suddenly said, I know you have half-saint puppets, so I brought these elders with me. They won't join the battle if you don't use your puppets. You intend to fight me in a one-on-one battle? Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at her. She replied, I presume you definitely want to witness my true strength, right? It just so happens that I'm quite curious about your true strength as well. Why don't we satisfy each other's curiosity today? Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while, and then he nodded. Then bring it on! Bring it on! Nether Maiden suddenly opened her eyes once she finished speaking. An array of white light and black light shot out from them. Bang! Bang! An enormous rift was torn open on the ground beneath Yang Yi as his figure moved over 300 m back, and the Mage Force shield in his left hand cracked apart. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sound of the air being torn apart resounded. As soon as it resounded, a pitch-black chain smashed against Yang Yi's Mage Force shield. Yang Yi was pushed another 300 m back. This time, the Mage Force shield wasn't able to survive the impact, and it exploded apart into countless tiny pieces. Her Highness has become even stronger. One of the white-robed old men spoke in a deep voice. That shield was created from metals gathered from outer space. Even we wouldn't be able to blast it apart, yet she shattered it with such ease. Such strength really makes me feel embarrassed. Her Highness can't be judged by convention. Another white-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi and said, Actually, I'm quite curious about him. His attainments in the sword Dao are extraordinary, and his physical body has surpassed the half-saint realm. Moreover, according to rumors, he possesses level heaven rank sword intent, and has even comprehended the sword domain. Even though he's an enemy of our hallowed grounds, I have to admit that besides Her Majesty, no one else in our hallowed grounds is a match for him. Not even the extraordinary geniuses of the Gu clan and Yuan clan. The old man continued. Just watch and see if the number one genius of this world is Her Majesty of that Sword Emperor. Big brother, good luck! A voice suddenly resounded. Yan Yi looked over towards the source of the voice. He saw numerous figures were standing above Nameless City. Amongst them was the blind old man he met before, and Yinin who had just spoken was standing beside the blind old man. Yinin smiled sweetly when she saw him looking over towards her, and then she waved at him. Yan Yi smiled as well, and then he turned around to look at Nether Maiden. In the past, I usually instantly kill others of the same generation. It was truly too boring. Let's have a nice fight today! As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi stomped the ground with his right foot. Bang! The ground collapsed while his figure relied on the counterforce to shoot off like a cannonball. Less than half a breath of time passed before he appeared above Nether Maiden, and the Herculean hammer carried the weight of mountains as it smashed down towards her. At the instant it descended, the force carried by the hammer caused the ground beneath Nether Maiden to sink down. Meanwhile, the chain that was wrapped around Nether Maiden started to move. They were like venomous snakes that were alarmed, and they instantly shot upward and struck against Yan Yi's Herculean hammer. Clang! A sharp and ear-piercing explosion resounded. At the instant they collided, the Herculean hammer trembled violently as a strand of terrifying force came from the hammer and entered his right arm. Yan Yi's expression instantly changed drastically because his right arm was trembling just like the Herculean hammer, and it was like it would explode apart at any moment. Yan Yi issued a command in his heart, and the Herculean armor covered his body. Only then did his arm and the hammer stop trembling. Clang! Meanwhile, the chain struck against the Herculean hammer again, and the powerful force of the strike blasted Yan Yi flying. Moreover, the chain was like ghosts that refused to leave, and they tore through the air as they shot after Yan Yi. The chain was extremely swift to the point they arrived in front of him before he could even recover from his shock. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he smashed the Herculean hammer against the chain again. Bang! Dazzling sparks sprayed from the point of collision, and the powerful force of the collision caused the space in the surroundings to split apart. Countless cracks formed in space like a spider web while the powerful force from the collision blasted Yan Yi flying again. But it wasn't long before Yan Yi descended to the ground. However, his feet had only just touched the ground when the chain appeared once more before him, and the force it carried was clearly much stronger than before. It tore through space and actually emanated enormous waves of energy that seemed like enormous dragons shooting towards the surroundings. Moreover, the waves of energy even caused the space in the surroundings to ripple. This time, Yan Yi didn't swing the Herculean hammer with a single hand again. He took it in both hands instead while his left leg moved backwards slightly, and a trench appeared beneath his leg. Meanwhile, the profound energy within him surged like an ocean and transformed into a torrent that surged into his arms. Yan Yi roared furiously as he swung the Herculean hammer down with both hands. Clang! An enormous explosion resounded as the ground beneath Yan Yi collapsed, and the space at the point of collision shook violently. In an instant later, another explosion resounded before the space there shattered apart, and the black chain was blasted back. Meanwhile, Yan Yi was blasted back again as well. Very strong! One of the spectating white-robed half-saints from the hallowed grounds spoke in a low voice. The other half-saints by his side nodded in agreement. He wasn't just speaking about Nether Maiden, he was speaking about Yan Yi as well. Because that attack Yan Yi executed was a huge threat even to them. However, they felt that Nether Maiden was much stronger than Yan Yi. Not to mention anything else, it was obvious just from the string of collisions between Yan Yi and Nether Maiden. Up until this point in the battle, Yan Yi was constantly locked in a passive position and was ceaselessly resisting Nether Maiden's attacks, whereas, Nether Maiden had crushed Yan Ye's one and only attack with ease. Of course, they hadn't realized that Yan Yi still hadn't drawn his sword until now. I've fought Long Xian from the dragon race. He's the strongest genius in the younger generation of the dragon race, but his physical strength is still much more inferior to yours. You possess the strongest physical strength and physical defense I've ever seen. Nether Maiden walked slowly towards Yang Yi and said, However, in my opinion, it's far from sufficient. Even if you're wearing the Herculean armor and holding the Herculean hammer. Yan Yi's gaze descended onto her chain. She seemed to understand what he wanted. She stopped moving and continued. The nether chain, it's at the saint rank as well. But it's much better than yours. When she spoke up to this point, the nether chain on her suddenly started moving swiftly. I'm about to execute a saint rank technique. So, draw your sword. Yan Yi exhaled and nodded. He put the Herculean hammer away, and then flipped his palm. Lunar Reverie appeared in his grasp. Yan Yi grinned as he gazed at Lunar Reverie. It was a sword that Mu Qingfeng had lent to him, but had forgotten to return it. It had been damaged earlier, but it had the ability to restore itself, so it was fully restored now. Let's begin for real! As soon as he spoke these words, a strand of powerful sword intent surged out explosively from within him. Chapter 768 Nether Maiden vs. Yang Yi Part 2/3. Chapter 768 Nether Maiden vs. Yang Yi Part 2/3. Haven't you known from the beginning? Yang Yi stood on the spot and looked straight at her. He'd thought that it would be Supreme Exaltee who would be waiting here for him, or even another extraordinary expert of the hallowed halls. He never expected it to be Nether Maiden, and he really was quite surprised. She said, I recognized you at first glance. Because nothing in this world can deceive my eyes. Do you know why I didn't expose you and even helped you repeatedly? That's what I'm really curious about, replied Yang Yi. Nether Maiden said, The profounder continent of the past was something that the hallowed grounds could destroy in an instant. But it's different now. Because it has two figures that even my hallowed grounds has to treat with care. Coupled with the fact that the entire continent has been united, profounder continent can pose a certain level of threat to my hallowed grounds. Especially when the defiant profounders are about to emerge from the seal. You want me to lead profounder continent to side with the hallowed grounds? Asked Yang Yi. She shook her head and said, I'm not that naive. I told you once before. If the people of this world want to live, then they must kill the defiant profounders. Unless they are killed, you and everyone on profounder continent will die. Of course, that includes my hallowed grounds as well. So long as the defiant profounders aren't killed, all of us will be buried with them. In my opinion, we should join forces against them. I don't know if the defiant profounders will be killed. What I do know is the hallowed grounds wanted me dead in the past, and it still wants me dead now, said Yang Yi. She gazed at him for a short while and said, I'll give you one final chance. Agree to lead profounder continent to side with the hallowed grounds. Trust me, it's your last chance. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the Herculean hammer appeared in his right grasp. Moreover, the Mage Force shield appeared on his left hand. This is my answer. Nether Maiden, I'll leave him to you. A voice resounded from the horizon. Yang Yi recognized that voice as Supreme Exaltee, but he was puzzled because Supreme Exaltee had left. Nether Maiden closed her eyes slowly and said, You've given up your last chance. The hallowed grounds doesn't want to be stabbed in the back by profounder continent, while it's in battle with the defiant profounders. So, the hallowed lord has torn open a spatial passageway to profounder continent. The Supreme Exalts, 10 mid-grade half-saints, and over 100 ordinary half-saints are on the way to profounder continent. They'll arrive in a day from now. You should be aware of the consequences. As soon as she finished speaking, 20 white-robed old men appeared by her side. They were half-saints, every single one of them, and there were even 3 mid-grade half-saints amongst them. At this moment, Yan Ye's attention wasn't on those half-saints at all. Only what Nether Maiden said remained in his mind. The two supreme exalts and all those half-saints are heading for profounder continent. Would Liu Yan and Elder Mu be able to stop them? Nether Maiden suddenly said. I know you have half-saint puppets, so I brought these elders with me. They won't join the battle if you don't use your puppets. You intend to fight me in a one-on-one battle? Yan Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at her. She replied, I presume you definitely want to witness my true strength, right? It just so happens that I'm quite curious about your true strength as well. Why don't we satisfy each other's curiosity today? Yan Yi gazed at her for a short while, and then he nodded. Then bring it on! Bring it on! Nether Maiden suddenly opened her eyes once she finished speaking. An array of white light and black light shot out from them. Bang! Bang! An enormous rift was torn open on the ground beneath Yan Yi as his figure moved over 300 m back, and the Mage Force shield in his left hand cracked apart. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sound of the air being torn apart resounded. As soon as it resounded, a pitch-black chain smashed against Yan Yi's Mage Force shield. Yan Yi was pushed another 300 m back. This time, the Mage Force shield wasn't able to survive the impact, and it exploded apart into countless tiny pieces. Her Highness has become even stronger. One of the white-robed old men spoke in a deep voice. That shield was created from metals gathered from outer space. Even we wouldn't be able to blast it apart, yet she shattered it with such ease. Such strength really makes me feel embarrassed. Her Highness can't be judged by convention. Another white-robed old man gazed at Yan Yi and said, Actually, I'm quite curious about him. His attainments in the Sword Dao are extraordinary, and his physical body has surpassed the half-saint realm. Moreover, according to rumors, he possesses first-level heaven-rank sword intent, and has even comprehended the sword domain. Even though he's an enemy of our hallowed grounds, I have to admit that besides Her Majesty, no one else in our hallowed grounds is a match for him. Not even the extraordinary geniuses of the Gu clan and Yuan clan. The old man continued. Just watch and see if the number one genius of this world is Her Majesty of that Sword Emperor. Big brother, good luck! A voice suddenly resounded. Yan Yi looked over towards the source of the voice. He saw numerous figures were standing above Nameless City. Amongst them was the blind old man he met before, and Enin who'd just spoken was standing beside the blind old man. Enin smiled sweetly when she saw him looking over towards her, and then she waved at him. Yan Yi smiled as well, and then he turned around to look at Nether Maiden. In the past, I usually instantly kill others of the same generation. It was truly too boring. Let's have a nice fight today! As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi stomped the ground with his right foot. Bang! The ground collapsed while his figure relied on the counterforce to shoot off like a cannonball. Less than half a breath of time passed before he appeared above Nether Maiden, and the Herculean hammer carried the weight of mountains as it smashed down towards her. At the instant it descended, the force carried by the hammer caused the ground beneath Nether Maiden to sink down. Meanwhile, the chain that was wrapped around Nether Maiden started to move. They were like venomous snakes that were alarmed, and they instantly shot upward and struck against Yan Yi's Herculean hammer. Clang! A sharp and ear-piercing explosion resounded. At the instant they collided, the Herculean hammer trembled violently as a strand of terrifying force came from the hammer and entered his right arm. Yan Yi's expression instantly changed drastically because his right arm was trembling just like the Herculean hammer, and it was like it would explode apart at any moment. Yan Yi issued a command in his heart, and the Herculean armor covered his body. Only then did his arm and the hammer stop trembling. Clang! Meanwhile, the chain struck against the Herculean hammer again, and the powerful force of the strike blasted Yan Yi flying. Moreover, the chain was like ghosts that refused to leave, and they tore through the air as they shot after Yan Yi. The chain was extremely swift to the point they arrived in front of him before he could even recover from his shock. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he smashed the Herculean hammer against the chain again. Bang! Dazzling sparks sprayed from the point of collision, and the powerful force of the collision caused the space and the surroundings to split apart. Countless cracks formed in space like a spider web while the powerful force from the collision blasted Yan Yi flying again. But it wasn't long before Yang Yi descended to the ground. However, his feet had only just touched the ground when the chain appeared once more before him, and the force it carried was clearly much stronger than before. It tore through space and actually emanated enormous waves of energy that seemed like enormous dragons shooting towards the surroundings. Moreover, the waves of energy even caused the space and the surroundings to ripple. This time, Yang Yi didn't swing the Herculean hammer with a single hand again. He took it in both hands instead while his left leg moved backwards slightly, and a trench appeared beneath his leg. Meanwhile, the profound energy within him surged like an ocean and transformed into a torrent that surged into his arms. Yang Yi roared furiously as he swung the Herculean hammer down with both hands. Clang! An enormous explosion resounded as the ground beneath Yang Yi collapsed, and the space at the point of collision shook violently. In an instant later, another explosion resounded before the space there shattered apart, and the black chain was blasted back. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was blasted back again as well. Very strong! One of the spectating white-robed half-saints from the hallowed grounds spoke in a low voice. The other half-saints by his side nodded in agreement. He wasn't just speaking about Nether Maiden, he was speaking about Yang Yi as well. Because that attack Yang Yi executed was a huge threat even to them. However, they felt that Nether Maiden was much stronger than Yang Yi. Not to mention anything else, it was obvious just from the string of collisions between Yang Yi and Nether Maiden. Up until this point in the battle, Yang Yi was constantly locked in a passive position and was ceaselessly resisting Nether Maiden's attacks, whereas Nether Maiden had crushed Yang Yi's one and only attack with ease. Of course, they hadn't realized that Yang Yi still hadn't drawn his sword until now. I've fought Long Xian from the dragon race. He's the strongest genius in the younger generation of the dragon race, but his physical strength is still much more inferior to yours. You possess the strongest physical strength and physical defense I've ever seen. Nether Maiden walked slowly towards Yang Yi and said, However, in my opinion, it's far from sufficient. Even if you're wearing the Herculean armor and holding the Herculean hammer. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto her chain. She seemed to understand what he wanted. She stopped moving and continued. The nether chain, it's at the saint rank as well. But it's much better than yours. When she spoke up to this point, the nether chain on her suddenly started moving swiftly. I'm about to execute a saint rank technique. So, draw your sword. Yang Yi exhaled and nodded. He put the Herculean hammer away, and then flipped his palm. Lunar Reverie appeared in his grasp. Yang Yi grinned as he gazed at Lunar Reverie. It was a sword that Mu Qingfeng had lent to him, but he'd forgotten to return it. It had been damaged earlier, but it had the ability to restore itself, so it was fully restored now. Let's begin for real! As soon as he spoke these words, a strand of powerful sword intent surged out explosively from within him. Chapter 769. Toon Level Heaven Rank Sword Intent. Everyone here was astounded when they sensed the sword intent that surged out from Yang Yi. Because Toon Level Heaven Rank Sword Intent could restrain and suppress half-saints. Of course, that wasn't the true cause of their shock. The true cause of their shock was that it had come from within a young man who was around the age of 20. If Her Highness didn't exist, then none of the myriad of geniuses in our hallowed grounds would be able to rival that kid. One of the white-robed old men spoke solemnly. The other old men fell silent, and it was exactly such silence that represented tacit approval. The blind old man who stood by Yin Yin's side said, An extraordinary genius in the sword Tao. Very good. Nether Maiden nodded slightly while she raised her hands up. In an instant, the chain around her shot into the sky before it spread throughout the sky like black lightning, causing the entire sky to suddenly become pitch black. At the same time, the terrifying energy contained within the chain caused the space in an area of 3 kilometers to tremble and surge. Move back! The expressions of those white-robed old men changed drastically, and they hastily tore space open and retreated around 10 kilometers away. What a formidable little girl! The blind old man who stood by Yinin's side spoke once more, and his tone carried a trace of solemnness. Yan Yi, this is a saint-rank technique, chains of the heavens. Let me witness your true strength. As soon as she finished speaking, the enormous chain in midair enveloped down towards Yan Yi like a huge net. The spectators noticed to their shock that the space within the chain net was actually being compressed into all sorts of strange shapes. Moreover, the space in its path was actually sliced apart in the shape of the net. So, numerous layers of overlap space nets had appeared in the sky above Yang Yi as the chain net itself descended down towards him. Yang Yi took a deep breath while he gazed at the enormous chain net, and a cold glow flashed through them. The sword intent within him surged out like a torrent and entered lunar reverie. It wasn't just his sword intent, the violet profound energy within him was surging madly into lunar reverie as well. At this moment, lunar reverie was trembling violently while sword howls shot into the sky. It seemed like it wanted to pierce a hole through the sky. In next to no time, lunar reverie seemed to be unable to endure Yan Yi's sword intent and violet profound energy anymore, and it actually started to crack apart. Come! Yan Yi's furious roar resounded through the sky as a sword howl reverberated through the world. Yan Yi vanished alongside his sword, and then a ray of light shot towards the enormous net. Sword unification! And not just that. The speed and strength of his sword have actually multiplied in an instant. I can't resist such an attack. The faces of many of those half-saints from the hallowed halls had turned pale, while such a thought appeared in their minds. Both Yan Yi and Nether Maiden's attack speeds were extremely swift, and an ordinary person wouldn't be able to see their attacks clearly at all. However, practically everyone here was a half-saint, so they were able to witness the battle. They watched as the ray of light smashed against the enormous net. Bang! It was like divine lightning had exploded in the sky, and it could be clearly heard even more 500 kilometers away. At the point of collision, a wave of energy suddenly surged towards the surroundings. Everywhere it passed, space immediately collapsed while numerous pitch black and deep black holes appeared in the sky. However, those black holes were repaired in an instant, and the sky returned to calm once more. However, the enormous net hadn't dispersed, and neither had the ray of light. The enormous chain net was trembling violently while the ray of light was growing dimmer. Break! Yan Yi's voice resounded once more, and the originally dim ray of light suddenly glowed brilliantly. Hiss! Yan Yi shot through the enormous net along with his sword, and he moved at an extremely shocking speed, allowing him to arrive before Nether Maiden at the instant he broke through the net. However, Yan Yi's pupils constricted violently because Nether Maiden clamped his sword with 2 fingers again. Shatter! As soon as she spoke, lunar reverie instantly transformed into ashes. Yan Yi was astounded. He was just about to retreat, but Nether Maiden had appeared in front of him. She was so close that their faces could practically be said to be touching. Moreover, Nether Maiden's hand had suddenly pressed against Yan Yi's chest. Break! As soon as she spoke, a terrifying force instantly swept through Yan Yi's Herculean armor and smashed against his chest. However, right when he was about to be blasted flying, Yan Yi had swiftly grabbed Nether Maiden's hand, and then his Toon-level heaven-rank sword intent transformed into an intent sword that shot out from his hand and pierced through hers. A strand of blood sprayed into the air. Meanwhile, Yan Yi's figure smashed against the walls of Nameless City, and it caused the entire city walls to shake. She's been injured. All the elders of the hallowed halls who were watching from afar felt astounded. They'd never imagined that Yan Yi would actually be able to injure her. At this moment, the shock in their hearts was simply impossible to describe with words. Nether Maiden had never suffered defeat in the hallowed halls, and she had never been injured. Even if it was during a battle where she killed a half-saint, she still hadn't been injured. Yet now, she had suffered an injury at the hands of a monarch realm profounder. Amazing! The blind old man spoke once more. Ini nodded while seeming to not fully understand what the old man meant. After that, she stared fixedly at Yan Yi, who stood up in front of the city walls. It's the first time I've been injured in battle. Nether Maiden gazed at Yan Yi while she spoke, yet her voice carried no anger and only a trace of bewilderment. I don't even know how long it has been. It's the first time I'm experiencing the feeling of being injured. Yan Yi, I truly admire you, and I really don't want to kill you. I've even worked hard towards that goal, but you still chose to become my enemy. It was you who chose to become my enemy. Yan Yi walked slowly towards her as he said, just like you, I don't want to become enemies with you as well. However, it can't be helped. Our standpoints are different, so we're bound to be enemies. She thought for a moment before she nodded. You're right, our standpoints are different. It isn't just that, the way we think is different as well. That predetermined that we would be enemies. Come! Receive another move of mine! As she spoke, Nether Maiden raised her right hand slowly, and then she made a clawing motion towards Yan Yi from afar. Reverse! However, this action made the expressions of everyone here change drastically, and it even included the blind old man. Even though he couldn't see with his eyes, he could still see it. Reversal of yin and yang! How could this be possible? The blind old man's voice carried a trace of shock and slight fear as well. Just this clawing motion alone caused the space in an area of 300 m around Yan Yi to actually start warping and twisting like a pretzel. Moreover, the space in that area had turned dark like the night sky. Besides that, the experts in the surroundings with comparatively formidable strength noticed to their shock that the vitality within that area around Yan Yi was gone. It should be said that the vitality had been completely transformed into death energy. Reversal of yin and yang. Overturning the world and destroying the laws. Who exactly is she? A headless person suddenly appeared by the side of the blind old man, and no one knew how the headless person had spoken. The Nether Pavilion! The blind old man merely spoke these words, and then all of them fell completely silent. Yan Yi's face had turned grim when all of this happened, and it was extremely solemn as well. Because he who resided within that area of space didn't just feel that both his soul and body were on the verge of being minced apart, he even felt the vitality within him being transformed into death energy at an alarming rate. At this moment, Yan Yi finally understood how terrifying Nether Maiden was, and he understood why even Elder Mu was fearful of her. Because at this moment, his sword intent was instantly shattered into bits upon leaving his body, and if it wasn't for the Herculean armor, even he would have probably become a corpse by now. Even then, he was still on the verge of becoming a corpse. No less than 10 breaths of time had passed before Yan Yi sensed that fine cracks were actually starting to appear on the Herculean armor. The gazes of everyone in the surroundings were on Yan Yi. Some carried pity, some took pleasure in his misfortune, some were indifferent. One had to die in a collision of two geniuses. At this moment, Yan Yi was dying slowly, and they would be witnessing the death of a peerless genius in the Sword Dao. In the opinion of many, this process was a very enjoyable one. Indeed. How could it not be enjoyable to watch a genius who could become a peerless expert die before their eyes? After all, it was a rare sight. Nether Maiden was watching Yan Yi as well. A wisp of a complicated expression flashed through her eyes as she watched the Herculean armor crack apart slowly. In the end, she slowly closed her eyes. Big brother! Yinin suddenly cried out softly, and intended to lend Yan Yi a hand. However, she was stopped by the headless person. Yinin was furious, and boundless killing intent even surged into her eyes. This caused the eyelids of the blind old man to twitch, and he even instinctively moved aside. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from the headless person's stomach. Don't be in a hurry to help. Look, the shock he had on his face is gone. He probably has a way to deal with it. He's a sword cultivator, so he'll suffer from inner demons if you lend him a hand now. Thus, even if you save him, he'll be crippled. Because he might not be able to overcome his inner demons forever. Little girl, he's right. Meanwhile, the blind old man spoke as well. That little girl who's fighting him is at a lower realm of cultivation, so it's a fair fight between them. His mental state will definitely suffer if you lend him a hand now, and that would cause his sword heart to lose its clarity. That's a lethal blow to any sword cultivator. So, just watch. Even though anxiousness still remained in Yinyan's eyes, she didn't act hastily, and she just stared fixedly at Yan Yi. The cracks on the Herculean armor were growing larger and larger, and the armor itself was losing its shape. Suddenly, the sword spirit's anxious voice resounded in Yan Ye's mind. Quickly activate the sword domain and follow my instructions. Chapter 769 Nether Maiden vs. Yang Yi Part 3/3 Chapter 769 Nether Maiden vs. Yang Yi Part 3/3 Second Level Heaven Rank Sword Intent. Everyone here was astounded when they sensed the sword intent that surged out from Yang Yi. Because second-level heaven rank sword intent could restrain and suppress half-saints. Of course, that wasn't the true cause of their shock. The true cause of their shock was that it had come from within a young man who was around the age of 20. If Her Highness didn't exist, then none of the myriad of geniuses in our hallowed grounds would be able to rival that kid. One of the white-robed old men spoke solemnly. The other old men fell silent, and it was exactly such silence that represented tacit approval. The blind old man who stood by Yinin's side said, "An extraordinary genius in the sword Tao. Very good." Nether Maiden nodded slightly while she raised her hands up. In an instant, the chain around her shot into the sky before it spread throughout the sky like black lightning, causing the entire sky to suddenly become pitch black. At the same time, the terrifying energy contained within the chain caused the space in an area of 3 kilometers to tremble and surge. "Move back!" The expressions of those white-robed old men changed drastically, and they hastily tore space open and retreated around 10 kilometers away. "What a formidable little girl!" The blind old man who stood by Yinin's side spoke once more, and his tone carried a trace of solemnness. "Yang Yi, this is a saint-rank technique, chains of the heavens. Let me witness your true strength." As soon as she finished speaking, the enormous chain in midair enveloped down towards Yang Yi like a huge net. The spectators noticed to their shock that the space within the chain net was actually being compressed into all sorts of strange shapes. Moreover, the space in its path was actually sliced apart in the shape of the net. So, numerous layers of overlapped space nets had appeared in the sky above Yang Yi as the chain net itself descended down towards him. Yang Yi took a deep breath while he gazed at the enormous chain net, and a cold glow flashed through them. The sword intent within him surged out like a torrent and entered lunar reverie. It wasn't just his sword intent, the violet profound energy within him was surging madly into lunar reverie as well. At this moment, lunar reverie was trembling violently while sword howls shot into the sky. It seemed like it wanted to pierce a hole through the sky. In next to no time, lunar reverie seemed to be unable to endure Yan Ye's sword intent and violet profound energy anymore, and it actually started to crack apart. "Come!" Yan Ye's furious roar resounded through the sky as a sword howl reverberated through the world. Yan Yi vanished alongside his sword, and then a ray of light shot towards the enormous net. Sword unification! And not just that! The speed and strength of his sword have actually multiplied in an instant. I can't resist such an attack. The faces of many of those half-saints from the hallowed halls had turned pale while such a thought appeared in their minds. Both Yang Yi and Nether Maiden's attack speeds were extremely swift, and an ordinary person wouldn't be able to see their attacks clearly at all. However, practically everyone here was a half-saint, so they were able to witness the battle. They watched as the ray of light smashed against the enormous net. Bang! It was like divine lightning had exploded in the sky, and it could be clearly heard even more 500 kilometers away. At the point of collision, a wave of energy suddenly surged towards the surroundings. Everywhere it passed, space immediately collapsed while numerous pitch black and deep black holes appeared in the sky. However, those black holes were repaired in an instant, and the sky returned to calm once more. However, the enormous net hadn't dispersed, and neither had the ray of light. The enormous chain net was trembling violently while the ray of light was growing dimmer. Break! Yan Ye's voice resounded once more, and the originally dim ray of light suddenly glowed brilliantly. Hiss! Yang Yi shot through the enormous net along with his sword, and he moved at an extremely shocking speed, allowing him to arrive before Nether Maiden at the instant he broke through the net. However, Yang Ye's pupils constricted violently because Nether Maiden clamped his sword with 2 fingers again. Shatter! As soon as she spoke, Lunar Reverie instantly transformed into ashes. Yang Yi was astounded. He was just about to retreat, but Nether Maiden had appeared in front of him. She was so close that their faces could practically be said to be touching. Moreover, Nether Maiden's hand had suddenly pressed against Yang Ye's chest. Break! As soon as she spoke, a terrifying force instantly swept through Yang Ye's Herculean armor and smashed against his chest. However, right when he was about to be blasted flying, Yang Yi had swiftly grabbed Nether Maiden's hand, and then his second-level heaven-rank sword intent transformed into an intent sword that shot out from his hand and pierced through hers. A strand of blood sprayed into the air. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's figure smashed against the walls of Nameless City, and it caused the entire city walls to shake. She's been injured. All the elders of the hallowed halls who were watching from afar felt astounded. They'd never imagined that Yang Yi would actually be able to injure her. At this moment, the shock in their hearts was simply impossible to describe with words. Nether Maiden had never suffered defeat in the hallowed halls, and she'd never been injured. Even if it was during a battle where she killed a half-saint, she still hadn't been injured. Yet now, she'd suffered an injury at the hands of a monarch realm profounder. Amazing! The blind old man spoke once more. Eni nodded while seeming to not fully understand what the old man meant. After that, she stared fixedly at Yang Yi, who'd stood up in front of the city walls. It's the first time I've been injured in battle. Nether Maiden gazed at Yang Yi while she spoke, yet her voice carried no anger and only a trace of bewilderment. I don't even know how long it has been. It's the first time I'm experiencing the feeling of being injured. Yang Yi, I truly admire you, and I really don't want to kill you. I've even worked hard towards that goal, but you still chose to become my enemy. It was you who chose to become my enemy. Yang Yi walked slowly towards her as he said, just like you, I don't want to become enemies with you as well. However, it can't be helped. Our standpoints are different, so we're bound to be enemies. She thought for a moment before she nodded. You're right, our standpoints are different. It isn't just that, the way we think is different as well. That predetermined that we would be enemies. Come! Receive another move of mine! As she spoke, Nether Maiden raised her right hand slowly, and then she made a clawing motion towards Yang Yi from afar. Reverse! However, this action made the expressions of everyone here change drastically, and it even included the blind old man. Even though he couldn't see with his eyes, he could still see it. Reversal of yin and yang! How could this be possible? The blind old man's voice carried a trace of shock and slight fear as well. Just this clawing motion alone caused the space in an area of 300 m around Yang Yi to actually start warping and twisting like a pretzel. Moreover, the space in that area had turned dark like the night sky. Besides that, the experts in the surroundings with comparatively formidable strength noticed to their shock that the vitality within that area around Yang Yi was gone. It should be said that the vitality had been completely transformed into death energy. Reversal of yin and yang. Overturning the world and destroying the laws. Who exactly is she? A headless person suddenly appeared by the side of the blind old man, and no one knew how the headless person had spoken. The Nether Pavilion! The blind old man merely spoke these words, and then all of them fell completely silent. Yang Ye's face had turned grim when all of this happened, and it was extremely solemn as well. Because he who resided within that area of space didn't just feel that both his soul and body were on the verge of being minced apart, he even felt the vitality within him being transformed into death energy at an alarming rate. At this moment, Yang Yi finally understood how terrifying Nether Maiden was, and he understood why even Elder Mu was fearful of her. Because at this moment, his sword intent was instantly shattered into bits upon leaving his body, and if it wasn't for the Herculean armor, even he would have probably become a corpse by now. Even then, he was still on the verge of becoming a corpse. No less than 10 breaths of time had passed before Yang Yi sensed that fine cracks were actually starting to appear on the Herculean armor. The gazes of everyone in the surroundings were on Yang Yi. Some carried pity, Some took pleasure in his misfortune, some were indifferent. One had to die in a collision of two geniuses. At this moment, Yang Yi was dying slowly, and they would be witnessing the death of a peerless genius in the sword Tao. In the opinion of many, this process was a very enjoyable one. Indeed. How could it not be enjoyable to watch a genius who could become a peerless expert die before their eyes? After all, it was a rare sight. Another maiden was watching Yang Yi as well. A wisp of a complicated expression flashed through her eyes as she watched the Herculean armor crack apart slowly. In the end, she slowly closed her eyes. "Big brother!" Yinin suddenly cried out softly, and intended to lend Yang Yi a hand. However, she was stopped by the headless person. Yinin was furious, and boundless killing intent even surged into her eyes. This caused the eyelids of the blind old man to twitch, and he even instinctively moved aside. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from the headless person's stomach. "Don't be in a hurry to help. Look, the shock he had on his face is gone. He probably has a way to deal with it. He's a sword cultivator, so he'll suffer from inner demons if you lend him a hand now. Thus, even if you save him, he'll be crippled. Because he might not be able to overcome his inner demons forever. Little girl, he's right." Meanwhile, the blind old man spoke as well. "That little girl who's fighting him is at a lower realm of cultivation, so it's a fair fight between them. His mental state will definitely suffer if you lend him a hand now, and that would cause his sword heart to lose its clarity. That's a lethal blow to any sword cultivator. So, just watch." Even though anxiousness still remained in Yinin's eyes, she didn't act hastily, and she just stared fixedly at Yang Yi. The cracks on the Herculean armor were growing larger and larger, and the armor itself was losing its shape. Suddenly, the sword spirit's anxious voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. "Quickly activate the sword domain and follow my instructions." Chapter 770. Clear your mind and focus. Everything within the sword domain is you, and you are everything within the sword domain. You're invincible within the sword domain. As her voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind, Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. This time, he didn't try to control the sword domain, he started to sense everything within it instead. The first thing he sensed was Nether Maiden's laws. It was very powerful, extremely powerful. It was powerful to the point that even his sword intent couldn't harm it. The energy of her laws had forcefully changed everything around him. For example, the sky, the scorching sun above the sky, and everything around him were pitch black like the veil of night. Moreover, his body was clearly filled with boundless vitality, but it was gradually being transformed into death energy now. It was the reversal of yin and yang. It was a type of energy of the laws, and it has surpassed the scope of techniques. Yang Yi's vision gradually grew clearer. He used to see everything around him with his eyes, yet now, he was using his heart to view it, and such observation through the eye of his heart allowed him to notice some things that had never come into contact with in the past. It was the quintessence. The quintessence of all things. The quintessence of energy, and the quintessence of the laws. Of course, Head only noticed it yet hadn't grasped it. Moreover, he understood that Head merely noticed the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, Yang Yi understood why the sword sect's founding ancestors' sword intent was that powerful. It was because it contained the energy of the laws possessed by the unfettered one. To put it simply, it couldn't be considered as mere sword intent, it should be considered as sword intent of the laws. What were the laws? Yang Yi didn't know the answer to that, because he hadn't grasped them. But he understood what the quintessence of things were. He could clearly sense all sorts of energy, including space and time, within the scope of his sword domain. All of them seemed like they'd been magnified 10,000 times within his mind, and every minute detail was clearly visible to him. After he grasped the quintessence of these things, it couldn't be any easier to break them open and destroy them. Now, he finally understood why his sword domain wasn't strong in the past. It was because he hadn't understood the true meaning of the sword domain, and he was just utilizing it instinctively to suppress his enemies. That was exactly why his sword domain had been shattered with a single strike from Nether Maiden that day. Yan Yes' eyes slowly opened up, and then sword intent surged out from within him. This time, the sword intent wasn't shattered by the energy of Nether Maiden's laws. The sword intent seemed to be one with the space and air around Yang Yi. It could be seen and sensed, yet it left no traces behind. The sword intent formed a ball that started enlarging with Yang Yi at the center. Everywhere it passed, space turned from black to white while death energy was converted into vitality. It wasn't long before everything within Yan Yes' sword domain had returned to calm. Moreover, his sword intent filled his sword domain, and the sword intent had merged completely with the heavens and the earth. Even space had merged with it. Everyone in the surroundings was petrified. The impregnable sword domain! A long time passed before the blind old man spoke. Another sword sex founding ancestor has been born. The headless person spoke as well. At this moment, Nether Maiden opened her eyes, and she gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, "Congratulations. No one at the mid-grade half-saint realm or below can kill you now." Yang Yi glanced at Nether Maiden, and then his figure flashed and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. "Your Highness, he'll definitely become a formidable enemy to our hallowed halls if he isn't killed." Those white-robed elders of the hallowed halls appeared by Nether Maiden's side while one of them spoke solemnly. Nether Maiden looked towards the horizon for a short while, and then she withdrew her gaze and glanced at the old man. "You want me to die with him?" The old man's expression changed, and then he hurriedly said, "I dare not ask that." Nether Maiden paid no further attention to the old man. She turned around and transformed into a ray of light that vanished from their fields of vision. The old man's face changed indeterminately, and he seemed as if he wanted to pursue Yang Yi. However, one of the old men by his side said, "While he has grasped some of the ability of the sword domain, he's far inferior to the sword sex founding ancestor. The supreme exalts are on their way to the southern territory, so he'll only be giving his life away by returning there. But if we pursue him now, even if we're able to kill the half-saint puppets he has and kill him as well, it would be a Pyrrhic victory for us. It isn't worth it." The old man hesitated for a long time upon hearing this. In the end, he abandoned his intentions to pursue Yang Yi and returned to the hallowed halls with the others. Meanwhile, the blind old man gazed towards the direction Yang Yi had left and said, "He's both righteous and evil. He kills the members of the hallowed grounds yet kills the defiant Profounders as well. If he leads the southern territory to attack us while we fight the defiant Profounders in the future, then it probably won't end well for us. He's only 5,000 kilometers away right now. I'm 90% confident in my ability to kill him if I act now. He'll definitely eat you." Inin gazed at the old man and spoke seriously. "Even though Big Brother doesn't allow me to eat people, he'll break the rules once if you dare to kill him." The corners of the old man's mouth twitched, and he said, "How cruel of you, little girl. How long have we known each other? How long have you known him? Yet you actually intend to eat me for him? I really doted on you for nothing." Inin grunted and remained silent. Meanwhile, the headless person spoke abruptly. "Only if the three of us stay together would we be able to resist the hallowed grounds and defiant Profounders. If we fight each other, then it would be no different than courting death. Just leave that kid Yang Yi alive. It's just as you said earlier. He fights the defiant Profounders as well. Perhaps he might become an ally of ours in the future. There's a very high probability for that. Because it's obvious that he has been very good to Inin." "Of course." Inin took her chain in her hand while pride covered her face. "You've been bewitched by him." The blind old man shook his head and vanished on the spot. "Let's return and cultivate in preparation for the war that'll start 2 months from now." The headless person vanished as well. Yang Yi stood there and gazed off in the direction Yang Yi left towards for a long time, and then she finally went back into the city. Yang Yi's figure shot swiftly towards Profounder Continent. While he was confident in Elder Mu and Lu Yen, the experts that were coming from the hallowed grounds were no weaklings. Moreover, based on what Nether Maiden said, the hallowed lords seemed to have acted as well. So, he had to rush back no matter what. She had the chance to kill you earlier. Suddenly, the sword spirit's voice resounded in his mind. What makes you think that? Yang Yi didn't really believe her. Because he really felt like he was the god of the area within his sword domain. She asked, "Do you think that you've really grasped the sword domain?" "Have I not?" Yang Yi frowned. "You're still very far from that." She continued, "The sword domain is like a world. Do you know what a world is made of? It's made of the spatial laws, temporal laws, life laws, karma laws, rebirth laws. In short, a world is made from countless laws and countless types of materials. All of them together is what others call the Tao. Do you know why the sword sect's founding ancestor was that strong? It was because he had grasped his own Tao. He had countless laws to support him within his sword domain, but what about you? You haven't even grasped a single law, so how strong can your sword domain be?" Yang Yi opened his mouth but was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the sword spirit continued, "The reason I said she could kill you was that she'd grasped a trace of the energy of the laws. You should be aware that there's no absolute invincibility in this world. Just like your sword domain. If the energy of the laws she possessed was slightly stronger, then she would still be completely capable of crushing your sword domain. Just like the sword sect's founding ancestor, his strength had far surpassed the limits of this world. So, he could even pierce a hole through the heavens. But is your sword domain stronger than this world?" Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he said, "I understand what you mean. The strength of the sword domain depends entirely upon me. If I'm strong, then it would be strong, but if I'm weak, then it would be weak as well." She remained silent for a long time before she spoke again. "At least you're not completely beyond saving. You haven't become lost in your newfound strength." Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, "If you didn't warn me, then I might have really gotten lost in it. You know, I actually had the impulse to fight Supreme Exaltee in a one-on-one battle. Then you would be giving your life away," she said. "That fellow's strength has practically arrived at the peak of this world. So you wouldn't be a match for him even if you attain the half-saint realm. I'm still quite weak in the end." Yang Yi shook his head and stopped lingering on this. After all, it wasn't something he could rush. "Right, you said Nether Maiden could have killed me? Why? Didn't you realize that she hasn't used her full strength?" The sword spirit said, "Of course, she should have been clearly aware that unless she tries to take you down with her, it would be impossible to kill you while you have the sword domain. In short, if you go against her in the future, then you have to be careful. Besides that, remember not to use the sword domain again." "Why?" Yang Yi was puzzled. The sword spirit suddenly said, "Do you know how long more you can live for?" "At least a few hundred years." Yang Yi spoke frankly. After all, had attained the monarch realm, so he should have a few hundred years of additional lifespan. "Sense it yourself and see," said the sword spirit. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment when he heard this, and then he started to check through his body. A moment passed before astonishment filled his eyes. Because he noticed that his remaining lifespan could last for a month at most. "What's going on?" Yang Yi spoke with shock. "Is it because of Nether Maiden?" "No." The sword spirit continued. "This is why I didn't tell you how to utilize the sword domain. Because if you are to utilize it now, then you'll have to pay a price, and you might not be able to afford paying such a price." "Why has this happened?" Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Earlier, your sword domain contained the energy of two laws. The temporal laws and spatial laws. However, you haven't grasped any one of them. So, it was like a person rashly activating a profound technique without fully grasping it, and that person would definitely suffer backlash as a consequence. You suffered backlash from utilizing the sword domain. Understand?" said the sword spirit. "Isn't this backlash a little too terrifying?" "A month." Yang Yi had an utterly bitter expression on his face. Because if he didn't think of a way to increase his lifespan or advance in his cultivation within this month of time, then only death would be awaiting him. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at the teleportation formation which led to Profounder Continent. To Yang Ye's surprise, there was no one guarding the formation. He didn't have the mood to think about why it was like that, and he just flashed into it. Chapter 771. The Southern Territory. Even though Ding Xiaoyao and the others had fully conquered the exalted Han Empire, their headquarters was still at ancient Domain City. Moreover, it had become the center of Profounder Continent, and the most flourishing city on the continent under her management. Besides that, it had the highest number of experts as well. All the races, powers, and clans of the continent had been organized together by her, and she had accomplished it very smoothly. Because no force throughout the continent could fight the Southern Territory. Xiaoyao, our Profounder Continent has a total of 57 half-saints right now. As for Monarch Realm experts, they are comparatively numerous at almost 10,000. That's the total of all the races including the Oceanic clans, the Devil race, Demon race, and our human race. But we're really too inferior when compared to the hallowed grounds. In one of the rooms within the city, Embark put down the scroll in her hand and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that the members of the hallowed grounds weren't unable to come here with ease, we wouldn't be able to resist them at all." Ding Xiaoyao was seated in front of Embark. But Ding Xiaoyao didn't speak, and so the room fell silent. A long time passed before Ding Xiaoyao suddenly spoke. "I feel quite uncertain." "About the future?" asked Embark. Ding Xiaoyao nodded and said, "The hallowed grounds, the defiant profounders, and the outer heavens. The hallowed grounds is our enemy already, and they'll definitely destroy us if they have the chance. As for the defiant profounders, that's a group of wild and arrogant people. It's probably very likely that they'll become our enemies once they emerge from the seal. Because we're the weakest and the easiest to bully. As for the outer heavens, even if we're able to survive until the end, how would we fight the outer heavens?" And Bairu fell silent as well. They knew much more than the others. So, they were very well aware of the situation that Profounder Continent was in. It could be said to be a hopeless situation. Even though they had a period of peace now, they were very well aware that a storm was approaching, and they didn't know what the fate of Profounder Continent would be. A short while passed before Ding Xiaoyao suddenly shook her head and smiled. "Actually, why should we worry about such headache-inducing things? Just let Yang Yi think of it. What we have to do is to do our best and stay by his side. If he creates a path towards survival, then all of us will live. If he creates a path towards death, then we'll just die together. In short, the worst possible scenario is just death." And Baira shook her head and chuckled. "That's optimistic of you. It can't be helped. I would just be bringing down suffering upon myself if I don't." Ding Xiaoyao continued. "Right, do you think that fellow, Yan Yi, has attained the monarch realm?" And Baira said, "And Nanjing has attained it, so there's no reason to think that he hasn't. I'm afraid only in Nanjing will be able to keep up to him in the future." Ding Xiaoyao's voice carried an indescribable trace of emotion as she spoke those words. And Baira fell silent. A long time passed before Ding Xiaoyao spoke once more. "Right, what exactly is going on with Lu Weiner?" A wisp of seriousness flashed through Baira's eyes when she heard that, and she said, "Yan Yi saved her from the exalted Han Empire. She was very ordinary in the beginning, but she revealed an extremely terrifying natural talent in the Sword Dao upon joining the Sword Sect. She stood for a day before the enormous sword in the Sword Sect which Yang Yi left his sword intent on, and then she comprehended sword intent on the next day. The most terrifying part is that she's already at the 7th level of sword intent now." Ding Xiaoyao's eyelids twitched. She attained the 7th level in such a short period of time. Such speed is more than 2 times faster than Yang Yi. Ding Xiaoyao pondered deeply for a moment and said, "It doesn't make sense. What did Elder Mu say? A genius born gifted in the Sword Dao." And Bairuz spoke solemnly. "Elder Lu said the same. However, Elder Lu said that she possesses some sort of void sword physique. I don't know what it is. In any case, her physique was made to cultivate the sword." Ding Xiaoyao said, "No matter what, it's a good thing. We must treat her well and satisfy all her needs when it comes to her cultivation. Since we can't help him in battle, then we have to do all we can to create some formidable help for him. Bang! Suddenly, thunderous rumbling resounded in the sky above the city. Unbairu and Ding Xiaoyou's face turned grim. Meanwhile, Elder Mu's voice resounded. Those beneath the half-saint realm, stay in the city. This time, it was astonishment that filled Unbairu and Ding Xiaoyou's eyes. A blue vortex had suddenly appeared in the sky above the city. The vortex was very huge, and it was around 1 kilometer wide and long. Elder Mu, Lu Yen, and the other half-saints of Profounder Continent appeared in the sky above the city. Someone is forcefully creating a spatial passageway. Lu Yen had a solemn expression in his eyes as he gazed at the blue vortex. He continued, "That person's strength surpasses mine for now." The expressions of everyone here turned solemn. Elder Mu asked, "Is it the hallowed grounds?" Lu Yen nodded and said, "It should be. Looks like the hallowed grounds intends to deal with us before the defiant Profounders emerge. Their cultivations won't be suppressed as they've been teleported over through a spatial passageway. Looks like we're in trouble. Well, just fight them as always," said Elder Mu in a low voice. The other half-saints intended to attack when they heard this, but Elder Mu stopped them. "All of you aren't strong enough to allow your attacks to enter the spatial passageway." Bang! Meanwhile, Lu Yen slapped his palm towards the blue vortex. After Lu Yen attacked almost 10 times, everyone here clearly heard shrill cries resounding from within the vortex. Lu Yen attacked once more. But this time, an enormous energy palm shot out from within the blue vortex as well, and it smashed against Lu Yan's energy palm. Both of them exploded and dispersed in midair. After that, a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe and an old man in a dark golden robe appeared. Next, 10 old men in red robes walked out from within the vortex. Once they'd walked out, another 80 white-robed old men walked out of the vortex. However, some of these old men had a strand of blood on the corner of their mouths. 2 extraordinarily strong half-saints, 10 mid-grade half-saints, and 80 ordinary half-saints. The experts from the Southern Territory were astounded by this scene. Even Elder Mu and Lu Yen revealed extremely solemn expressions. As for the rest of the people within the city, their faces had turned pale, and they weren't able to arouse any intention to resist these experts. Many weren't aware that even half-saints were divided by grades. All they knew was that 92 half-saints had come from the hallowed grounds, and that was double the number of half-saints that Profounder Continent possessed. At this moment, even Ding Xiaoyao and Enbairu, who were very composed before this, couldn't help but reveal dense shock on their faces. Of course, there was a trace of despair there as well. "I'm from the hallowed halls. They call me Supreme Exaltee." The middle-aged man who wore a luxurious robe disregarded the others who stood behind Elder Mu and Lu Yen, and his gaze immediately descended onto the 2 of them. "I'm quite interested in the 2 of you. Logically speaking, figures of your level shouldn't be present on Profounder Continent. You didn't come here for that, right?" Lu Yen smiled. "Based on the forces you brought with you, you intend to destroy us, right?" Supreme Exaltee shook his head and said, "The heavens are benevolent, and so is my hallowed grounds. They'll give both of you and all the others behind you a chance. Come over to my hallowed grounds. So long as you agree, well, immediately become friends. If you refuse, then I'm sorry. All the half-saints of Profounder Continent will die. You want us to side with the hallowed grounds?" Lu Yen smiled and said, "I can't make that decision. But believe me, ensure that Elder Mu and I will fight to our deaths, and you'll lose half of the experts you brought with you." "I do believe you," the middle-aged man said. "However, my hallowed grounds can pay such a price if we're able to eliminate all future troubles. Of course, we don't want to do that unless we have no other choice. So, will you really not consider my offer? You should understand that we will only have a chance at survival by killing the defiant Profounders. If you don't join forces with us, then this little bit of strength that Profounder Continent possesses would be unable to guarantee your survival even if we don't destroy you." Lu Yen gazed at Elder Mu. The latter said, "Your group's strength really is sufficient to annihilate all the half-saints of Profounder Continent, and it would seem like the only way to survive would be to side with the hallowed grounds. Actually, we don't mind fighting the hallowed grounds with the defiant profounders or fighting the hallowed grounds with the defiant profounder. What are you trying to say? Asked Supreme Exaltee. Elder Mu smiled. Only Yang Yi can make the decisions in Profounder Continent. If he's willing to become allies with your hallowed grounds, then we'll be allies. But if he isn't, then I'm sorry. We'll have no choice but to fight you to the death. Why? Supreme Exaltee spoke in a low voice. He's only at the monarch realm. Even if his natural talent in the sword Dao is extraordinary, it isn't sufficient to make both of you submit to him, right? Elder Mu said. You say that the only way to survive is by killing the defiant profounders. But in my opinion, the only way to survive is to follow Yang Yi. As for what you said about being able to crush us, I don't doubt it at all. But it's fine. It's fine even if we fall. After all, it's our own choice, and it's a gamble that we made. Yang Yi should be dead by now. Supreme Exaltee said. He isn't a match for Nether Maiden. That may not necessarily be the case. A voice suddenly resounded. Supreme Exaltee's expression changed slightly as he looked up towards the horizon. A ray of light flashed through the sky, and it wasn't long before Yang Yi appeared before everyone. You're still alive. Supreme Exaltee's face turned slightly gloomy. That's impossible, Yang Yi said. It's not impossible at all. Now let me tell you what I think. We won't side with the hallowed grounds, but we can keep clear of the hallowed grounds from now onwards. Don't offend us, and we won't offend you. What right do you have to speak about such things with us? It was the old man beside Supreme Exaltee who interrupted Yang Yi. Then let's fight. Yang Yi stared the old man in the eyes, and his voice was firm and piercingly cold. Chapter 772. You! The old man in dark golden robe laughed coldly. He raised his right hand and made a clawing motion towards Yang Yi and the others. Yang Yi and the others weren't harmed by it, but numerous buildings throughout ancient domain city collapsed in an instant. Moreover, the walls around the city were instantly transformed into powder. Besides that, the ground around the city was collapsing incessantly. However, not a single person within the city was dead. The old man said. If we want, then not to mention your tiny ancient domain city, we can even destroy the entire continent. Is that very amazing? Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the stone of suppression appeared in his grasp. As soon as that happened, a powerful and mysterious force enveloped the surroundings, and the strengths of all the experts from the hallowed grounds was suppressed by a realm. At the same time, 21 half-saint puppets appeared behind Yang Yi. Now, Yang Yi's side had 72 half-saints. While it was still fewer than the hallowed grounds forces, their quality far surpassed the hallowed grounds. After all, the half-saints of the hallowed grounds had been suppressed. Our hallowed hall's greatest mistake was allowing the stone of suppression to fall into your hands. Supreme Exaltee looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Even though his cultivation had been suppressed, his face was still extremely calm. However, do you think that you can crush us just because you have the stone of suppression? Every single person here is an elite of the hallowed halls. Believe me, even if their cultivations have been suppressed, every single one of them isn't weaker than the half-saints on your side. I know, Yang Yi replied. However, we're confident in our ability to kill 90% of your forces. Moreover, once I and the other half-saints die, my master and senior Lu Yen will leave Profounder Continent and head to the hallowed grounds with the stone of suppression. We'll make the hallowed grounds pay 100-fold for every single person that dies here. Besides that, ensure you're aware that I'm acquaintances with that little girl in Nameless City. At that time, even if their joint forces are unable to destroy your hallowed grounds, it should be sufficient to cripple it. Once that happens, we'll see how all of you fight the defiant Profounders. That's a good idea. Lu Yen nodded. I think it's not bad as well. Elder Mu chimed in. You're threatening us? Asked Supreme Exaltee. Yang Yi glanced at the members of the hallowed halls and said, The defiant Profounders are about to emerge from the seal, and a calamity is upon us. If the hallowed grounds fights us to the death, then I guarantee that we'll definitely cripple you when the defiant profounders emerge. I won't ally myself with the defiant profounders, but I won't ally myself with the hallowed grounds as well. What I want is very simple. I want all of us to keep clear of each other, and don't interfere in each other's business. If the defiant profounders attack the hallowed grounds, then it's your problem. If they attack us, then it's our problem. In short, so long as the hallowed grounds doesn't come looking for trouble with us, then we won't head over to the hallowed grounds to cause trouble. He had the sword precursor with him now, so he naturally wouldn't head over there to cause trouble. In his opinion, the Southern Territory's main objective was to improve its strength as soon as possible. Most importantly, he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. After all, he only had another month to live. Approved. Suddenly, a voice resounded from within the blue vortex. The expressions of Supreme Exalti and the others changed slightly when they heard it because it was the Hallowed Lord's voice. On the other hand, a wisp of astonishment flashed through Elder Mu and Lu Yan's eyes. Supreme Exalti took a deep and long glance at Yan Yi, and then he led the others back into the blue vortex. Meanwhile, the old man in a dark golden robe stopped when he was about to enter the vortex, and he turned and gazed at Yan Yi. You'll come begging for my hallowed grounds help when the defiant profounders emerge from the seal. He turned around and stepped into the vortex once he finished speaking. In next to no time, the blue vortex vanished from the sky, and the sky returned to its previous calm state. Countless people throughout the city heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. Yan Yi was the same. He had to admit that Profounder Continent really was too weak when compared to the hallowed grounds. If the defiant Profounders weren't there to tie down most of the hallowed grounds' forces, then it truly wouldn't be difficult at all for the hallowed grounds to crush Profounder Continent. It was even to the extent that the strength who'd arrived earlier was sufficient to crush Profounder Continent. Of course, if they fought and the forces of Profounder Continent fought to the death, then the outcome would be exactly as he said. At least 90% of the hallowed grounds experts would perish here. Young master, that person who spoke earlier is extremely strong. Suddenly, Lu Yan spoke solemnly. Don't travel to the hallowed grounds again unless it's very important. Elder Mu nodded and said, He's the strongest expert I've ever seen. I'm truly unable to imagine how he actually possesses such terrifying strength when he hasn't stepped foot into the sane realm. Yan Yi asked, How strong is he? Boundlessly close to the sane realm. Lu Yan replied, Of course, even if he's only a step away from the saint realm, he's still a half-saint. However, his strength far surpasses ordinary half-saints. So long as he obtains quintessence violet energy, then stepping foot into the saint realm should be a piece of cake to him. Yan Yi spoke in a low voice. Senior Lu, even you are unable to fight him? Lu Yan shook his head and said, I've been sealed in this damnable place for too long, so my strength is far inferior than what it used to be. Coupled with the fact that I have no quintessence violet energy to recover my strength isn't just unable to rise, it'll even regress endlessly. Ha. If the members of the Yang clan knew that I died here, they would definitely summon my soul and whip my soul because it's truly too humiliating. When he spoke up to this point, Lu Yan raised his head and looked up into the sky. But the people of this region are quite strong. They were actually able to seal those madmen and even use this world as a cage to trap them for 100,000 years. Young master, if you're able to leave this world in the future, then you must be careful. After all, the Yang clan is truly too far away from here. Will we be able to leave? Elder Mu looked up into the sky while a wisp of bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Master, trust me. We definitely will. Yan Yi looked up into the sky as well. He knew that a group of extremely formidable experts resided far above there, and even just one of those experts would be sufficient to sweep through the entire continent, including the hallowed grounds. However, he was still confident. The reason the outer heavens had created the heaven path to stop the people of this world from leaving was because they didn't want the people of this world to possess quintessence violet energy. Because so long as they didn't have quintessence violet energy, then none could attain the saint realm, and if none could attain the Saint Realm, then no one in this world could pose a threat to them. The key was quintessence violet energy. Yet he had it. Yan Yi noticed that so long as his cultivation improved, then the primordial violet energy within the primordial pagoda would increase, and it would immediately appear within the world in the once level of the pagoda. He could sense it and even control it. Thus, so long as he willed it, he could use the primordial violet energy within the once level of the pagoda. But he didn't dare to. Firstly, his strength was insufficient. So, if others were to find out about this secret, then regardless of whether it was the experts of the hallowed grounds, the defiant profounders, or nameless city, they would definitely pursue him. Based on the current strength of Profounder Continent, it couldn't resist any one of those forces. Moreover, once the half-saints found out that he had primordial violet energy, then even the half-saints within the city would probably act against him. He wanted to utilize the scarce primordial violet energy he possessed to help Elder Mu and Lu Yen attain the Saint Realm, but there was a problem. What if they couldn't attain the Saint Realm? Or even if they attained the Saint Realm and crushed both the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders, what would they do about the heaven path? Could Elder Mu, Lu Yen, and around 100 half-saints fight the outer heavens? It was absolutely impossible. After all, even the defiant profounders who consisted of over 10,000 Saint Realm experts all those years ago had been defeated. So, he couldn't utilize the primordial violet energy he possessed. Because the slightest mistake might bring destruction to the entire continent. Within a hall in the city, the defiant profounders will emerge from the seal in 2 months, and their undying physiques will vanish then. At that time, the entire continent and even the hallowed grounds will be transformed into a battlefield. I don't know if the hallowed grounds will attack us, and I don't know if the defiant profounders will attack us once they escape the seal as well. But I know one thing, only the strong will be able to survive in the future, and all the weak might be annihilated. Yan Ye's voice was sonorous like a bell. Ding Xiaoyao and the other girls, all the half-saints, and some of the 9th-rank Monarch Realm experts of the Southern Territory were within this hall. All of their faces became gloomy when they heard Yan Yi. Yan Yi continued, "The current situation we're in isn't very promising. Because regardless of whether it's the defiant profounders or the hallowed grounds, both sides are stronger than us. So, we're the most likely force to be crushed in the future. I'm not trying to scare all of you, and I'm just relaying the facts to all of you. From today onward, every single one of us here might die at any moment. Is the situation severe to such an extent?" asked Ding Xiaoyao. Yan Yi nodded and spoke solemnly. "It's much more severe than what I've said. From this moment onward, Profounder Continent will enter into a state of war. Xiaoyao, use all the resources we have to satisfy the needs of those with good natural talent, or those who are about to break through. In short, increase the overall strength of our side. No matter the cost." Ding Xiaoyao spoke seriously. "If we do that, then our resources will probably be completely exhausted. If we don't use it on the living now, then should we keep it for the dead?" asked Yan Yi. Ding Xiaoyao's heart shook when she heard this. She took a deep and long glance at Yan Yi before she nodded. At this moment, she understood that the situation was probably severe to the point that even Yan Yi wasn't confident in their ability to face it. Yan Yi glanced at the people in the hall and said, "There are members of the Oceanic clans, Demon Race, and Devil Race here. There has been enmity between all of us, but I hope that all of us can put our strength together and work together as one from now onwards. Moreover, you must keep the members of your respective races in check as well and make them do the same. Because this might be the last time we're working together." After all of them left with heavy expressions on their faces, a voice suddenly resounded in the hall. "I want to compete with you in the sword." Yan Yi was stunned when he heard this. "Compete with me in the sword? Who's brave enough to do that?" Chapter 773. It was Lu Weiner. At this moment, Lu Weiner didn't seem weak and delicate as she used to be, but she didn't have an oppressive aura as well. She was very indifferent and quiet like water. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Ye's eyes when he saw her. You've attained the 7th level of sword intent? How could this be possible? It had only been a short period since he last saw her, and she didn't even know how to use the sword then. Yet now, she was at the 7th level of sword intent. Lu Weiner nodded and said, I have a huge number of things that I don't understand. I might be able to figure it out if we compete. Elder Mu says that she's an extraordinary genius in the sword Dao. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyao walked over. Qin Siye, Xiao Yushi, Su Qingshi, and Embark were by her side. Moreover, a pretty little girl was standing by Su Qingshi's side. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto the little girl, and the little girl was looking at him as well. There was a trace of curiosity in her eyes, and there was a trace of affection within them as well. Nianxue? As soon as he spoke, Yang Yi was already in front of the little girl, and he grabbed her in his arms. Yang Ye's actions were quite rough, but the little girl wasn't afraid, and she even spoke in a clear and melodious voice. Daddy. The reason she wasn't afraid wasn't because of a natural feeling of closeness with Yang Yi. It was because Su Qingshi had told her that Yang Yi was her father. Yang Ye's eyes instantly became moist. However, he was beaming from ear to ear. That feeling of being a father was impossible to describe with words. Brother! Suddenly, another clear and melodious voice resounded, and then Yang Yi felt a delicate figure embrace him. It was Little Yao. Little Xiao wasn't immature as she'd seen before, and she was slightly more mature now. Big brother, you're finally back! Little Yao was slightly choking with sobs, but there was a smile on her face. Since their mother had passed, her older brother was the one and only loved one in her heart. Yang Yi rubbed her head, and then his gaze swept past Su Qingshi and the others. He said, I know that all of you were definitely worried about me throughout this time. I'm unable to give any promises to all of you, and I don't want to apologize about it. Because we're all a family, and all of that isn't necessary. I'm not part of your family. It was Ding Xiaoyao who spoke these words. For the sake of backing up her words, she even walked over to the side and created some distance between Su Qingshi and the others. But you are! Yang Nianxue spoke in a clear and melodious voice. You are part of our family! The others smiled when they heard this. The corners of Ding Xiaoyao's mouth twitched slightly, and she walked over to Yang Nianxue before lightly pinching her cheek. She said, Little girl, how many times have I told you that I'm not? I'm your aunt. Understand? Why? Yang Nianxue grabbed Ding Xiaoyao's hand and said, Does Aunt Xiaoyao not like Daddy? The corners of Ding Xiaoyao's eyes twitched slightly, but she revealed a gentle smile and said, Who said that I liked him? Yang Nianxue raised her hand and started counting with her fingers. Mother, Aunt Xiao, Aunt Qin, Aunt An. All of them no. Su Qingshi and the others couldn't help but chuckle while Yang Yi was quite embarrassed. Ding Xiaoyao's face flushed red as well. She pinched Yang Nianxue's cheeks again, and then she glared fiercely at Yang Yi before leaving the hall. Daddy, did I say something wrong? Aunt Ding seemed to be unhappy. Yang Nianxue felt quite sad. Yang Yi laughed bitterly, and then he kissed Yang Nianxue on the forehead and said, Oh you! In the following days, all the profounders of Profounder Continent were turned into soldiers under Ding Xiaoyao's management. Of course, besides half-saints, all the others were just cannon fodder regardless of how numerous they were. However, Yang Yi and Ding Xiaoyao's objective wasn't to make them fight against the defiant Profounders and the hallowed grounds. They just wanted everyone to sense the danger that was approaching. Only by sensing danger and suffering that great pressure would many people work hard and do all they could to get stronger. At the moment of life and death, the potential of many could be stimulated without end. Yang Yi gave himself 10 days of rest. He didn't cultivate throughout those 10 days, and he didn't pay any attention to the matters within the city. He used all his time to accompany Yang Nianxue, Su Qingshi, and all his wives. Yang Yi felt quite a sense of guilt towards all of them. After all, he used most of his time cultivating or doing something or other. The time he stayed by their side could really be counted with his fingers. Moreover, He was very clearly aware that they were definitely extremely worried about him throughout this period that had gone to the hallowed grounds. But it couldn't be helped. Because if he didn't work hard, then only death would be awaiting him. Early in the morning one day, Yang Yi was playing with Yan Yanxue in the backyard of the city governor's estate when Lu Weiner suddenly appeared in front of him. "Let's compete in the sword." She stared at him and didn't waste her breath at all. Yang Yi had quite a headache when he saw her. Since the day she saw him, she had been asking him to compete with her in the sword every single day. Of course, it was naturally impossible for her to be a match for him. The main problem was that she would immediately look for him once she obtained new gains, even if it was late at night. Yang Yi could refuse her, of course, but he didn't. Because Lu Weiner's natural talent in the sword Dao had truly shocked him. Less than 5 days had passed, yet she had actually attained the 8th level of sword intent from the 7th. Even he couldn't help but feel embarrassed when facing such a speed of advancement. Yang Yi pointed at the chair in front of him and said, "Weiner, sit first." She didn't sit and just looked at him. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I'm not telling you to sit so that I can talk nonsense. I'm going to talk with you about the sword." She immediately sat down. Yang Yi said, "Can you tell me why your sword intent has improved so quickly? Moreover, you're usually able to cultivate a sword technique after just trying it once, become skilled at it on the 1 SDTRY, and grasp its essence on the 3 RDTRY. I'm really curious about it. Really, really curious." Lu Weiner fell silent for a long while before she said, "I don't know. All I know is I have an inexplainable feeling of closeness to swords. I even feel that I can communicate with swords. You're so strong, so don't you have such a feeling as well?" The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. That really hurts. Because he hadn't had such a feeling since he started cultivating in the sword. It was even to the extent that his natural talent in the sword Dao wasn't really good. Besides the sword spirit and the tiny vortex, he knew another reason why he was accomplished in the sword Dao. It was his character. He was very clearly aware of the strengths and flaws of his character. The flaw was that his character made it easy for him to offend others and make enemies, and he constantly courted death. As for its strengths, he was persistent. Once he decided on something, he would never turn back until he succeeded. Most importantly, it was his state of mind. He never allowed himself to have regrets or emotional burdens when he did things. If he had to fight, then he would fight. If he had to kill, then he would kill. To explain it simply, had seen clearly through his heart, and had gotten to know it. In the end, he acted according to it. Every single person had a demon within their hearts. However, that demon was usually in a suppressed state because of all sorts of external factors. Or perhaps, it could be said that some wouldn't admit that they had such a demon within their hearts. On the other hand, even if some admitted that such a demon existed in their hearts, they would suppress it due to all sorts of external factors. It wasn't that they feared they would harm others if they released that demon, they were afraid that releasing it would bring calamity upon themselves. So, most people would exercise forbearance when they encountered injustice. They would avoid it and run from it. As time passed, such people would lose their courage, and they would make all sorts of excuses as an explanation for their weakness and softness. Actually, those in the world who were truly strong usually kept a low profile. When one had strength, exercising forbearance towards the weak was considered a good state of mind. However, when one faced a stronger existence, and still exercised forbearance, that wasn't a good state of mind. It was weakness. So, many people in the world bullied the weak and feared the strong. Why? Because the weak were easy to bully. Yang Yi understood that principle a long time ago, so he absolutely refused to exercise forbearance. If you want to bully me, betray me, or harm me, then I'll repay it 10-fold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. Benevolence is something that should be used on people, but many in this world can't be considered as people. There were many types of sword das. He took the path of slaughter, and he killed to resolve injustice. On the other hand, Lu Weiner clearly didn't possess a sword Dao of her own, yet her rate of improvement in sword intent and sword techniques had even surpassed him. After a long talk with her, Yan Yi obtained an even deeper understanding of how terrifying her natural talent was. Because when she asked some questions about the sword Dao, he merely had to explain the beginning, and then she would practically understand the rest. Moreover, she was even able to raise some unique questions and views. Yan Yi gazed silently at her for a long time. In the beginning, Lu Weiner was still very indifferent, but it wasn't long before she felt quite uncomfortable. She started to avoid his gaze and didn't dare meet his gaze. A long time passed like this. Right when Lu Weiner was about to be unable to endure his gaze, Yan Yi withdrew a spatial ring and placed it before her. He said, "The inheritance in the sword Dao of a senior resides in this ring. I think that if even you aren't qualified to inherit his sword Dao, then there's probably no one in this world who is. There are some things he left you within it as well. I haven't looked through its contents. Now, all of it is yours." She asked, "Was that senior very strong?" Yan Yi nodded and said, "Very strong, extremely strong." Lu Weiner nodded, and then she took the ring. She knew very well that since Yang Yi said that senior was extremely strong in the sword Dao, then that senior really was extremely strong. After his 10 days of rest passed, Yang Yi started cultivating like a madman, and he attained the 5th rank of the monarch realm after 20 days of insane cultivation. Meanwhile, trouble had appeared on Profounder Continent. Because that terrifying person trapped beneath the heavenly lightning pool of the dragon race. That person hadn't emerged from the seal, but just the aura he emanated caused the entire territory of the dragon race to be destroyed. Chapter 774. The Demon Territory. Besides the lightning pool, everything throughout the dragon race's territory was gone. Fortunately, none of the dragons were injured because Yan Yi had told the Demon Emperor about the terrifying existence beneath the lightning pool once the demon territory had fully allied with the human race. So, the dragons of the dragon race had withdrawn from their territory a very long time ago. Yan Yi, Lu Yen, and Elder Mu stood by the side of the lightning pool, and their faces had solemn expressions on them as they gazed at the ceaselessly roiling pool of lightning. Lu Yen suddenly said, "Actually, he should have been able to escape a long time ago." Yan Yi was puzzled and gazed at Lu Yen. The latter said, "Can you feel it? He's absorbing the earth veins here. Do you know what an earth vein is? It's a form of energy just like spirit energy. Some earth veins are inferior to spirit energy, but there are some that are countless times better than spirit energy. I've scanned the area. The earth vein here is much purer than spirit energy, but it's on the verge of drying up. How strong is he?" That was what Yan Yi was most concerned about. Because this fellow was on Profounder Continent, so the slightest mishap might bring chaos to the continent. "I don't know," Lu Yen continued. "But based on the current situation, he's absolutely not a weakling." Yan Yi nodded. Actually, he knew because since the dragon race had stopped at nothing to seal that fellow all those years ago, it was impossible for him to be weak. But it didn't matter to him. After all, how strong could that fellow be in a world without saints? "Let's talk with him first. If we truly can't come to an agreement, then we'll end him." Lu Yen spoke flatly. Yan Yi nodded. They had Lu Yen, Elder Mu, the Stone of Suppression, and 21 half-saint puppets. Moreover, 2 of those puppets were mid-grade half-saints. If such a force couldn't defeat a single person that wasn't at the saint realm, then they would truly be failures. At this moment, the lightning pool seemed like boiling water, and it bubbled incessantly. At the same time, the ground around the pool had started to quake. Another short moment passed before countless strands of black energy suddenly seeped out from beneath the pool, and it wasn't long before the entire lightning pool was enveloped by black energy. "Looks like this fellow is a demon," said Lu Yen. "What's wrong with being a demon? I'm willing to be one." A voice resounded from within the black energy. It was quite an attractive voice, and it seemed like it carried charm that shook the heart and soul. Yan Yi's heart shook. His sword intent formed a thin barrier an inch away from him. At this moment, he realized that the fellow's strength was absolutely not inferior to Supreme Exaltee and Enin. It's none of my business whether you're a demon or not, and I won't stop you from coming out as well. But you have to guarantee that you won't harm the living beings here if you do, said Yang Yi. Profounder Continent was united now, and it was part of his forces. If this fellow were to do as he pleased, then it would undoubtedly be equivalent to looking for trouble with him, and Yang Yi would absolutely not allow that to happen. Guarantee? A disdainful voice resounded. Who do you think you are to actually ask this king for a guarantee? I wasn't interested in the lives of those commoners, but now that you've said that, I just have to go bring calamity to them. It just so happens that I haven't killed for 100,000 years. I'm afraid it would feel unfamiliar to me, so I'll get used to it. So you refuse to accept the compromise I'm willing to make? Yan Yi's voice became cold. If you think you're very strong, then come out here and fight us. Let's see if we can kill you or not. And you'll pay for what you've said. An icy cold voice resounded from beneath the black energy. You'll pay for your arrogance. It was Lu Yen who spoke these words, and he slapped his palm towards the black energy upon finishing. Bang! The surging black energy was instantly slapped down to the bottom of the pool by the powerful force carried by Lu Yan's palm. However, there was no lightning pool there anymore. It was an enormous abyss that stood before them, and the bottomless abyss was filled with surging black energy. Moreover, strands of cold and terrifying aura were ceaselessly flowing out from within it. You're not from this world. The mysterious person's voice resounded from below the black energy. Lu Yen said, Now you know the strength we possess. So, do you think we can talk? If you think we can't, then don't waste your breath and just come and fight us. A long moment of silence ensued before the mysterious person's voice appeared once more from beneath the ground. About what? Lu Yen gazed at Yang Yi, and the latter nodded before he said, The defiant profounders will emerge in a month from now, and war will ensue. Once that happens, the war will continue until either all the defiant profounders or all the inhabitants of this world are annihilated. There are 3 forces in this world now. The one is ours, Profounder Continent. Besides that, there's the hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders. Which side do you belong to? The hallowed grounds. A voice that carried peerlessly terrifying and ghastly killing intent resounded abruptly. The killing intent within the voice seemed like 10,000-year-old ice, and it caused Yang Yi to be unable to help but shudder from its coldness. Obviously, that fellow beneath the ground definitely had great enmity with the hallowed grounds. It was obvious because the dragon race belonged to the hallowed grounds, and this fellow had been sealed by the dragon race. So, it was normal for there to be enmity between them. I know what you're trying to say. I can avoid becoming enemies with you once I leave this place, but the dragon race must be annihilated. Not only the dragon race on Profounder Continent, the dragon race in the hallowed grounds as well. This king will annihilate them all. The mysterious person roared. Yang Yi shook his head and said, You still haven't figured out the current situation you are in and the state of affairs right now. Regardless of whether it's my Profounder Continent or the hallowed grounds, do you think you can fight any one of us on your own? Don't tell me about how powerful you were all those years ago. All I know is that you're all alone now. What are you trying to say? Said the mysterious person in a low voice. Yang Yi replied, You can forget about doing anything to the dragon race of Profounder Continent, but you can do as you please to the dragon race in the hallowed grounds. I'll say it one last time, well, turn around and leave if you agree to not cause trouble on the continent. It wasn't that Yang Yi didn't want to recruit that fellow, but he knew very well that the mysterious person beneath the ground was unlike Elder Mu and Lu Yen. How could an expert at such a level follow him? What if I insist? Said the mysterious man in a low voice. Then stay here forever. Boundless killing intent surged within Yang Yi's eyes. Those 2 beside you are formidable indeed, but I'm afraid just the 2 of them aren't enough to kill me, said the mysterious person. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then 21 half-saint sword servants appeared behind him. I really don't want to waste any more time. Now I've changed my mind. It's better to eliminate an unstable factor like you. As he spoke, Yang Yi withdrew the stone of suppression and tossed it to Elder Mu, and then he commanded the 21 half-saint sword servants to jump down into the abyss. Elder Mu glanced at Yang Yi, and then he entered the abyss with Lu Yen. The stone of suppression. Kid, who exactly are you? You actually possess the hallowed ground's stone of suppression. The mysterious person's astounded voice resounded from the bottom of the abyss. Bang! 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 It didn't take long for explosions to resound from the bottom of the abyss, and the powerful waves of energy from the battle caused the abyss to enlarge incessantly. Merely a few breaths of time had passed before the abyss had enlarged over 100 times. Stop. I think we can talk properly. The mysterious person's voice suddenly resounded from below. It wasn't long before Elder Mu, Lu Yen, and the 21 sword servants appeared before Yang Yi. Lu Yen shook his head and said, "We can't kill him." A defiant profounder? Yang Yi frowned. Elder Mu returned the stone of suppression to Yang Yi and said, "He isn't one. Because he doesn't have the aura of a defiant profounder. However, he has their undying physique." I get it now. Yang Yi gazed at the abyss and said, "You seized the body of a defiant profounder, right? How did you know that?" The voice carried a trace of shock and bewilderment. "That's none of your business." Yang Yi shrugged and said, "Didn't you want to talk? Then let's talk." Yang Yi realized that if something could be resolved with his fists, then it was best to not waste his breath. Because if one was strong enough, then the other would beg for a talk. "We can work together," said the mysterious person. Yang Yi was inwardly moved and said, "Go on. Calamity is upon us. It's impossible for me to survive on my own. I can join forces with you against the hallowed grounds, the defiant profounders, and the outer heavens," replied the mysterious person. "How will you convince me that you're sincere?" asked Yang Yi. Lu Yen suddenly. Experts at his level disdained to lie. Yang Yi nodded. Experts had their pride and honor. Even though that mysterious fellow had almost been killed, he hadn't begged for mercy, and that clearly showed how unyielding he was. After they dealt with that mysterious fellow, Yang Yi immediately returned to Ancient Domain City and started to cultivate madly once more. Had intended to spar with an Nanjing, but unfortunately, she'd been in closed-door cultivation since he returned. Another month passed by. Yang Yi ascended to the 6th rank of the Monarch realm with the assistance of a pile of energy stones and 1,000 fire crystals. However, he still couldn't draw the sword precursor. According to the sword spirit, his strength and cultivation were too low, and he could give it a try upon attaining the half-saint realm. The only thing he felt gratified about was the primordial violet energy within the primordial pagoda was increasing along with his cultivation, and a slightly insane thought appeared in Yang Yi's mind. The hallowed grounds. At this moment, the hallowed grounds had turned all the experts here into soldiers just like Profounder Continent had. Moreover, the experts of all the races had gathered at the ancient city of Halos under the Hallowed Lord's orders. So, the aura of experts surged through the sky and shook the world throughout the city. Yang Yi was waiting. The hallowed grounds was waiting as well. They were all waiting. Waiting for the defiant profounders. Finally, the day came when a voice suddenly resounded through every single corner of the hallowed grounds. "It has been 100,000 years. We're finally free of our fate." As soon as the voice finished resounding, bang! The pagoda of confinement exploded into pieces. From this day onward, the men, the earth, and the heavens here will face doom. A voice resounded once more through every corner of the hallowed grounds. Bang! A blood-red pillar shot into the sky, and then an enormous explosion resounded as the heavens and the earth trembled. After that, the sky dimmed down. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.